right at noon, so you got about 10 minutes, and we will start the Market Heifer Show. You will enter on the south. You'll see there's a nice staging area. So 10 minutes, we will start the Market Heifer Show.
Good afternoon. We'll be getting started here in just a few minutes with our market show. Of course, we'll be starting out with our market show heifers, followed by the steers. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we get underway now with the market show here at NCC. We're starting out with our heifers. We're starting out with our heifers. And we welcome back Ashley Wegner to the ring as our judge. She is from Colorado, originally from California. She has been on a national scale exhibiting shorthorn and Angus, national livestock judging teams at Redlands Community College, reserve national team at Oklahoma State University, and 2014 as their high individual at
starting out with
class number one. There are 4 entries in this class. These market heifers will weigh from 618 to 750 pounds.
Well, welcome back to the stage. Again, special thank you to KRVN for being a part of the Classic. Huge shout out to Susan Littlefield, who guys recognize her voice on 880. Does a phenomenal job. We're very honored to have her helping us here at the Classic. You know, we're kind of excited about this different setup for the winter edition. Kind of give everybody a little more space. So just want to remind the parents on the backside, make sure you're making room for the kids and the calves back there. So we're ready for a fun afternoon and going to enjoy the extra space and a beautiful day. Well, as we roll into our market heifer show, and then Sears this afternoon, we've got a nice pair of them. Go ahead and take your heifer and put her over here for me, okay? This black heifer is going to go ahead and start, and I guess for me, I read that one to be just a little bit more real and genuine in terms of her shape and her muscularity when you get up high. You study her from behind. I don't know if she's got quite the extra foot and bone of the heifer that stands directly behind her, but I think she's more youthful about her front end. I think she balances really well, and I think when you study them from the ground up, she's one that's built just a little bit more appropriate in terms of the shape and size to her foot. She gets out and is just looser in terms of her skeleton as well. The heifer here in second is one that on the standstill, I like a lot of things about this one. She's more genuine in terms of the shape to her forerib, and probably the softness to her center body and flank line. Getting on top of that one, and I'm not saying that she's devoid in terms of muscle. She's got plenty of that. I don't think she's quite as genuine and quite as real in terms of mass and dimension. She carries that high out through her pin set and all the way down to the ground. I like her in terms of the extra foot and bone she has. You study that one through her front end. She's maybe a little bit crestier there on the top side of her shoulder. She's one that I don't think handles the angle to her shoulder quite as well as that heifer that goes away. A little bit more moderate heifer. Go ahead, sweetheart. A little bit more moderate heifer that comes out next. Maybe from a weight standpoint, just isn't where those other two heifers are at. I think just needs a little bit more time in terms of maturity and a feed bucket to really get there. The one that I like in terms of her balance, and certainly like in terms of her structure. Nothing to take away from the heifer that's going to round out this class. She's big, she's stout, she's long. For me, structurally speaking, that one's hinged differently off either end of her build. Let her get out and set down more comfortably.
Entering now will be class number 2 of your market heifers. They will weigh from 780 to 834 pounds. The results coming out of class 1 first will go to exhibitor 157 with a 750-pound heifer. Second is to exhibitor 181, Tyler Thompson. Third will be to Friday Turner, and fourth to Brooklyn Evans. Just a quick reminder to those that are standing on the fence line, if you could not stand in front of the curtains, please. Do not stand in front of the curtains. They don't want the curtains to spook animals on either side. So if you could step away from the curtain, please. Thank you.
A nice pair of these heifers here at the top end, and I think there's a lot of differences and a lot to talk through. I'll be the first to tell you that neither one of these are perfect in terms of structure and how I like them built, but I still think the structural advantage goes to the black and white heifer. Angle to her shoulder, looseness to her spine. She needs to have a bigger foot underneath her, and I think that would let her set down more comfortably off of those rear pasterns. I don't think she's any stouter or more powerful than the heifer behind her, but I do think that she's fresher. I do think that she balances better and puts all of her pieces together in a more attractive package, at least for what I like to see from the side. Like I said, if you could just stouten that one up in terms of her foot, I think it allows her to just be more comfortable, but in terms of looseness to her skeleton, she does have an advantage. This white heifer that comes out here next, she's an interesting one. Man, that one is stout and she's powerful, huge over to the top side of her build, massive out through her pin set, and she has, without question, the stoutness advantage out here. I guess for me, that one reads a little bit shorter about her neck, a little bit plainer through her front end, maybe a little bit further along in terms of her condition for this stage in the game. You set that one into motion, and I think she reads right in terms of the angle to her hock. I think she's good in terms of the shape to her foot. Her hip just does not allow her to get out and stride like I'd like to see her. She comes up short. She's tighter in the way she's constructed there. That tail head shoots off the top side of her spine. I'd just like to see that one loosened up, in particular there through her hip. Make her let her take a longer, just more comfortable stride in the way she goes. Another big, stout female that comes out next, one that I guess for all the extra power and stoutness that she has up high, I wish she matched it at the ground. She's maybe just a little bit frailer in terms of her foot and her bone. She's one that maybe has given up the hair coat of those other heifers, and so I think that maybe throws her off just a little bit in terms of that foot and bone that she has underneath her. She too could maybe just be tweaked in terms of structure She's more upright in the angle to her shoulder. She wants to roll the outside of her feet as you watch her go from behind. A really nice, complete, more moderate type of heifer that comes out next. She's got pieces and parts that I certainly like in terms of rib, in terms of mass and dimension. She's maybe just a little bit more uncoordinated off of those rear two. And I think, again, it starts with her feet. She's a little bit shallower in terms of her heel, a little bit longer in terms of her toe. And so because of that, she's maybe not as coordinated in the way she uses her hip and her hind leg. The heifer that comes out next is an interesting one because I think in the right management, the right hands, and on the right feeding program, this one's got a really, really bright future. In terms of look and extension, length of body, power, all of those things, I like so many things about her. She's just really, really green out here today and not as far along as some of these other cattle. Again, she's one that I think long-term, underneath the right management, underneath the right feeding program, could be awfully, awfully good as a big one. A little bit more moderate, again, heifer that comes out next. My question mark on this one is if that one's got enough gas in the tank. She reads just a little bit more mature, reads shorter in terms of her cannon. I guess mature size-wise, I question that one just a little bit. She's also more uncoordinated out of her hip and her hind leg as well. A long extended type of a female that comes out next certainly has got plenty of power and dimension. Again, structurally speaking, that one's got to set down more comfortably, especially off of that hock and those rear pasterns. A really just maybe attractive, well-balanced heifer that comes out next. The young lady out here gives up too much in terms of style and extra power and dimension in a market heifer class. Young lady that's going to round out this class. Super big-legged, super hairy. That one just falls into too many pieces when you set her in motion. Let's congratulate all those kids.
We'll get you the results here momentarily on Class 2. Just want to let folks know first and second from each class will be coming back for that final drive. Entering the ring now is Class number 3. Class 3 weighs from 849 up to 868. We should have 9 heifers coming in the ring. Here are results of Class 2. First, we'll go to exhibitor 120, J.C. Smith. Second is to 175, Brody Weezy. Third to number 49, Reese Locke. Fourth to exhibitor 29, Lacey Schmidt. Fifth will go to 149, Wesley Lang. Sixth is exhibited by number 36, Tanner Hansen. Seventh goes to exhibitor 144, Sydney Mintling. Eighth goes to exhibitor 72, Kai Haggerty. Ninth will go to exhibitor 200, Morgan Clement.
It's an interesting trio of heifers here at the top end of this class, and I think that there's a lot of give and take in these cattle, and I think it starts with this black heifer because she's you either got to run her to the top or you got to slide her third because she's the outlier out here just in terms of type and kind. And I don't just mean color. I mean just in terms of length, extension, femininity, all of those things. And I'd probably say she reads a little bit more breeding cattle than she does market heifer, in my opinion. And so I think that's what makes the decision tough out here. I'm going to go ahead and use her to go ahead and start this class. And like I said, she's not perfect. I'd certainly like to change her just in terms of her chest width, especially as she comes right at you. The angle to her shoulder maybe isn't just ideal. I think she's got plenty of power. I think she's got plenty of power when you get up on top of her and you study her from behind. Is she as powerful as the two heifers directly behind her? No, not by any means, but she's plenty enough in that area. I think she reads right in terms of the angle to her spine, the angle to her hip, the way she uses her hock, the way she sets down at the ground. She's one that, again, like I said, her chest width and the angle to her shoulder is maybe just a little bit questionable for me. I guess long term, that one reads just a little bit more gas in the tank. From the side, she's one that maybe doesn't balance quite as well as the heifer that stands directly behind her. I don't know if she's got a little bit more navel or if she's got like hair missing right there in front of her navel. Her belly line is just thrown off a little bit there, but I love that one in terms of her neck. I love how fresh she is. I think she's one that's really attractive in a lot of areas. Like I said, that one's just more my speed in terms of type and kind. Young lady that stands directly behind that one, if this one had any more actual size to her, I think she runs to the top. I just question this one a little bit, guys. Is that one going to get big enough? Is that one have enough mature size to her? She's awfully cute, and she's really, really stout and powerful, and she's really short in her cannon, and she's just really short everywhere. And I guess that's the question mark for me. And I know you're supposed to be judging these as what they are today, and that one today is stout, and she is powerful, and she is incredibly highly presented, and she is big-legged. I like the shape to her foot. I like the looseness to her spine in comparison to the heifer that stands down here in third. And when she's on the standstill, she can give you a really, really good look. Like I said, I just question that one just a little bit in terms of mature size and if she really is going to have enough gas in the tank to make it on down to the end. The heifer that stands here in third on the standstill, I think that one is as nammering as anything out here. She is so thin in terms of her neck, and it sits so high on the top side of her shoulder. She's youthful in terms of her look, genuine and powerful. When you get in on top of her, you study her through her rib. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. Then when you set them in motion, right there, that's where I question that one. She wants to get roachy in the center of her back. She wants to get looser there in her loins. She wants to shoot that tail head up. I just don't think that one's spine and skeleton is built as good as those top two cattle. Again, that's a very, very high quality one to be standing down here in third. The heifer here in fourth has got a really bright future. Probably not the extra power and punch of those top three cattle. Probably not the extra presentation of those top three cattle. But in terms of structure, in terms of body, in terms of all of the things that are going to benefit her, especially on down the line when you think about these ones being big ones, I would watch for that one. I think there's a lot of future there. A really stout, powerful type of a female that comes out next, one that I'd like to tweak in terms of the way she's built from her shoulder to her knee to the ground. She needs to be a little bit more athletic off of those rear two. She could have just a little bit more length and extension as well. A long extended type of a heifer that comes right here behind her probably just needs a shot more softness there to the center portion of her body. I'd like to open her up in terms of her chest width. Also let her take a longer, just more ground covering stride there. Young lady shorthorn heifer that's going to come out, one that certainly has some power. She has some dimension. She's got some rib to her. Again, structurally speaking, that one wants to duck her pins. She wants to get more upright in the angle to her shoulder. Maybe just doesn't have the athleticism that she needs to roll any higher in this class. The baldy heifer, similar story. If you could just loosen that one up off either end of her build, she moves a couple of spots higher because she does have rib. She does have power. The gentleman that's going to round out this class class, a heifer that's maybe just a little bit too green out here in the ring today, get a feed bucket in that one, and give her a little bit more time and maturity, I certainly think she'll move up a couple of spots as well. Let's congratulate all of them.
As we get ready, Class 4 is set to enter the ring. They will weigh from 870 to 912 pounds. We do have a request, though, for the folks on the back side of that curtain. We saw a few heads peeking through the curtain while they were lining up the cattle. If you could not peek through the curtain because it is spooky in the calves, and also do not stand in front of the curtain as well. Thank you. Here's your results of Class 3. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 61, Colton Croker. Second, we'll go to Exhibitor 122, Harper Ross. Third, we'll go to 293, that is Josie Ritter. Fourth to Exhibitor 53, Taylor Hansen. Fifth is Exhibitor 263, Kellen Blank. Sixth, Exhibitor 152, Claire Schidler. Seventh is to Exhibitor 160, Asley Beach. Eighth is to Exhibitor 321, Allie Smith. And rounding out class number 3 in ninth, Exhibitor 26, Grady Moody. In the ring now again is Class 4. There are 9 entries in Class 4, weighing from 870 to 912 pounds.
Honestly, for me at least, a really easy place to start in this class. And again, one that's not perfect in terms of the way she hinges out of that hip. Could maybe be tweaked in the angle to her shoulder. But out here, when you want to talk about combining look and body and power with some foot and some bone and being adequate enough in terms of structure, the red and white one, I think, takes the cake in that regard, especially out here in this class. After that, I think there's a lot of decisions to make. And I know the white one that I have here in second isn't probably your traditional market heifer. She doesn't have that freaky front end in her. But in terms of, again, the basics of good-footed, good structured, having some angulation and some pieces and parts that make good cattle, I think she's the one that you have to slide into second. She's maybe not nearly as elevated in her hip as I'd like to see, but I still think that one in terms of lower joints is exceptionally good. She's got plenty of power. She's got plenty of dimension when you get in from behind her. The heifer that stands here directly behind her is one that certainly gives you a good look from the side. Unfortunately, when you get in from behind that one and you study her from the 3/4, she's just more two-dimensional all the way through. She's narrower in through her chest. She narrows up down to the ground. For the extra power she has up high, she doesn't follow it all the way down to the surface. I'd like to tweak the way that one's built in the angle to her shoulder. She wants to get up underneath herself off of her rear too. Similar story with the black heifer here. Young lady does an exceptional job showing this one. Does an exceptional job of showing the flaws out of this one, because when you sit there and you step her on the standstill, you like so many things about her. Unfortunately, when that one gets out and she sets in motion, again, she's just a little bit more two-dimensional down low for how powerful she is up high. She comes down and narrows up at her hock and narrows up down to the ground. I'd like to bust her open through the center portion of her body and her forerib in particular. The heifer that comes directly behind her is super stout and super powerful, and again, one of those that if you could just evaluate this one on the standstill, you really, really like her. She's just got to be changed structurally for me, guys. She's too upright in the angle to her shoulder. She wants to get really tight, really, really just misplaced in terms of the way her spine operates. You study her in terms of her hip and her hind leg. She's shorter and rounder in the way she's constructed there. Wish she had just a little bit more foot and bone underneath her. A moderate type of heifer that comes out next. She's got the basics in terms of body, power, and dimension. She's just a little bit plainer there through her front end. Wants to run downhill just ever so slightly. She could take a little bit longer stride off her rear too as well. The heifer that's going to round the corner right here, again, similar story. She has the power. She has the dimension. It's structurally speaking where you have to tweak that one in terms of the way she goes out of her hip. She needs to be more athletic in the way she's built out there through her shoulder as well. Young lady's got a heifer that's got some length and extension coming out next. Maybe, again, just doesn't present herself quite as well today as these other cattle. She's one that I guess, again, reads a little bit more breeding cattle out here in a market heifer class. The gentleman that's going to round out this class, big, stout, powerful heifer. I'd like to give her just a little bit more foot. She's a little bit plainer through her front end, and again, just a little bit more two-dimensional underneath. Let's congratulate all of them.
We are bringing in our final class of market heifers. This will be class number 5. They weigh from 923 to 970. After this class, we'll be bringing our first and seconds from each one of our market heifer classes to make our selection of our champion market heifer. In the meantime, here's your results of Class 4. First goes to Exhibitor 259, Peyton Pribble. Second to Exhibitor 9, Paisley White. Third to Exhibitor 268, Kane Deltor. Fourth goes to Exhibitor 118, Michaela Samuelson. Fifth is to Exhibitor 3, Sarah Mead. Sixth to Exhibitor 277, Kylie Ayers. Seventh goes to Exhibitor 296, Jaylee Halstead. Eighth is to Exhibitor 132, Blakely Smith. And wrapping it up in ninth, Exhibitor 91, Jacob Weber. Those are results of Class 4. Again, Class 5 is now in the ring, weighing from 923 to 970.
Easily the deepest class all the way through that we've seen in the Market Heifer show thus far today. And with that, to me, there's an easy place to start. Is she the stoutest and the most powerful? No, not by any means. There's probably cattle out here that have that advantage. But again, in terms of what I like to see in type and kind and what I think is certainly a good Market Heifer, this one really fits the bill for me. I think she's attractive. I think she's youthful. I think she's good in terms of her rib, plenty stout and powerful enough, and has a significant advantage over everything else in this class just in terms of angle to her skeleton, angle to her shoulder, looseness to her spine, and the way she sets down at the ground. The one that comes directly behind her is the one that mimics her in terms of type and kind. And again, the Cattlemen 3 and 4 are definitely stouter and more powerful than the Cattlemen 1 and 2. I'd be argue with you that a little bit is that the heifer here in second, when you get in on top of her and you study her from behind, actually has more to her than what you think. She's similar in terms of type and kind of that class winner, in terms of the looseness to her spine, in terms of her rib, in terms of her power out through her pin set. You study her and as she goes all the way down to the surface. She's not nearly as good in terms of the way she's built there through her front end and through her shoulder, the way she transitions there, and she's maybe just a little bit tighter in terms of the way she sets down right at the ground and utilizes her hip and her hind leg. The heifer here in third is so stout and she's so powerful. She's really, really big up high. There's no doubt about that. She's just more compact everywhere. She's not nearly as long and extended through her front end. She's not nearly as long and extended out through her hip. And because of that, she's maybe just a little bit more rigid in the way she goes, especially out of that hip and hind leg. I wish I could just loosen her up there ever so slightly. I guess long term, I maybe question that one just a little bit more in terms of the angle to her shoulder and her knee as well. Interesting read in this heifer that comes here in fourth. This one is super, super highly presented. When she does want to stand here, she is one that I think you gravitate towards just in terms of look and ring presence and the pieces and the parts that she has. And man, is she stout and is she powerful when you get in on top of her and you study her from behind. She's a little bit more jammed up there through her front end. And again, when you set these cattle into motion, she's too tight in the center of her spine. That tail head gets too high off the back side of her spine, and she just wants to be more rigid in terms of the way she goes out of that hip and hind leg. Again, on the standstill, I love a lot of things about that one. Love the extra power and dimension she has. We come out of those top four cattle, and we've just got a really nice one here that's youthful and fresh. She's long necked, she's extended. She doesn't have the ring presence, she doesn't have the power, she doesn't have the structure at the ground in terms of foot and bone as those top end cattle, but she's still awfully nice. I think there's a bright future there. Excuse me. The heifer that's going to come directly behind her is one that I think if you just powered this one up, you like a lot of things about her. She's long and she's extended. Again, probably reads just a little bit more breeding cattle out here in comparison to these other cattle because she does get just a shot more two-dimensional underneath. I'd like to maybe tweak her in terms of the angle to her shoulder, maybe give her just a little bit more foot as well. A really compact, deep-bodied, bold rib type of a heifer that comes out next. Doesn't have the extra look, the extra ring presence as the top end cattle. The black and white heifer that's going to round out this class out here in these heavyweights is maybe just a little bit too shallow, maybe just a little bit too far behind and green in comparison to the top end cattle. When the quality is this deep, it's awfully, awfully hard.
All right, we're set to bring them in now. Our first and seconds from each one of our class to make our selection of our champion market heifer. Here's your results of Class 5. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 34, Wyatt Dunkwell. Second to Exhibitor 271, Journey Reason. Third is to Exhibitor 309, Vienna Cells. Fourth to Exhibitor 105, Maiden Ross. Fifth to Exhibitor 230, Jesselyn Hudson. Sixth is Exhibitor 282, Carter Schmidt. Seventh to Exhibitor 55, Jordan Settles. And eighth to Exhibitor 211, Sawyer Schaefer. Get in now. The ring is our first and seconds in classes 1 through 5 as we make the selection of our champion market heifer.
A really impressive lineup of these market heifers, and I'm really pleased with our class winners as we get them back out here. Obviously, you have some variation just in terms of type and kind. When you want to talk about some of these heifers, probably just being a little bit more market geared. Some of them that borderline breeding cattle and maybe a little bit more market heifer. But I'm really pleased with these cattle as they come back out here. I think all of the class winners embody some power and some dimension, but really prioritize some look and some structural integrity out here. There's one in my mind that I think is pretty easy, and then a logical reserve. Young man out of that last class is going to be your champion today. The young lady that was second in that class is going to be reserve. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, your champion market heifer exhibited by Wyatt Dunko and our reserve champion market heifer by Journey Reason. Don't forget to head over to the backdrop, Journey and Wyatt, for your photos.
Well, we want to get ready to draw for our bag from Ruthie K. So if she can make her way over here to the stage in a little bit, when she gets here, we'll draw for this nice cowhide bag. She is going to be giving another bag away, so make sure if you have not, go to the Ruthie K Boutique, get signed up. We'll be drawing for that tomorrow. We do ask you are present to win the bag, so we'll draw till we find someone that can go and get their bag from Carla at Ruthie K. So we'll get Carla to make her way to the stage, and we'll draw for a bag.
We are moving on now to the steers. This is Class 6 entering the ring. There are 3 entries, as you can see. This is the Angus class. They weigh from 800 to 960 pounds. From here, you'll make the selection of your champion and reserve champion Angus.
Only one class of these Angus steers, and so this young lady is not only going to be your class winner, but your breed champion as well. Let's go ahead and give her a round of applause. A really nice steer to go ahead and win, and I think not only does he very representative of this breed in terms of his look and in terms of his dimension, but he's one that I really like in terms of his structure. He's awesome in terms of his feet and his legs. He gets out and goes good enough in terms of the angle to his shoulder, and he's one that I think you get in on top of him. He's got plenty enough power. His pin set sits up in him like he needs to, and from the side, I think that one's got a significant advantage just in terms of balance balance and the way all of his pieces and parts fit together. Young man that's going to stand here in second, that one's probably got just a little bit more natural center rib in him. He's one that I think has got plenty of power and dimension, especially as compared to the steer that stands directly behind him. He's one that I don't think balances up quite as well as that steer that wins. Maybe just a little bit weird in terms of the way he transitions from his chest floor into his forerib there. You set him down to the ground. I don't know if he's got quite as much foot and bone, but again, in terms of body, in terms of power, I like a lot of things about him. There's a lot of future in this steer that's in third, and right now it's just future. He's so youthful, he's so young, and he's so green. He just needs more time to get there. He's given up a lot in terms of rib and a lot in terms of power. I'd like to stouten him up at the ground. Again, get that one to slow down in terms of his size and his frame and really body down in terms of the center portion of his body and push him just a little bit. There's a lot of future there. It's just not quite there yet today. Let's congratulate all of them.
Here's the results of Class 6 for our Angus steers. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 11, Addison. Addison is also your champion Angus exhibitor. Reserve will go to Exhibitor 131, Nicholas Rohr. And third is to Exhibitor 234, Casey Deflips. Moving on now, this is class number 7. This is your composite Charolais. There will be 5 entries. They weigh from 745 to 1,070 pounds.
just one class of these composite Charolais steers, and I think it gets really interesting among these top 4 cattle. Again, a lot of give and take and a lot of structural discussion among these steers. The young lady up here at the front is going to go ahead and win the class and be your champion, and I think that one's probably just the best combination out here. Is he perfect? No. He needs to set down more comfortably off of those rear pasterns, but that one combines some power, he combines some dimension, he combines some look, some foot, some bone, and again, I think is adequate in terms of his structure. I'd like to change him in terms of the shape and size to his foot. I think that better matches the bone that he has, and again, he's maybe just a little bit more uncoordinated in the way he sets down there. The steer that stands here in second, I think if you punch that one up, you get in on top of him, and he's maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of his top shape, not nearly as stout and powerful out through his pin set and down through his stifle. If you do that, I think he easily wins this class, because from the side, that's the one that I prefer just in terms of his length and his extension, the length to his spine, and I really like him in terms of the way his hind leg is constructed. For how his hind leg is constructed, I wish that he did take just a more comfortable stride. He comes up a little bit short in terms of his stride. He's not nearly as athletic in the way he goes out of his hip and hind leg as what he would look like he would be on the standstill right there. A nice pair of steers at the top end. This steer down here in third, man, if this guy could move any better, he's your class winner. I think in terms of the way this one looks from the side and all the pieces and parts that he puts together, he's the best one out here, guys. Just in terms of the way that neck sits on his shoulder, how powerful he is up high, the dimension that he carries. You just got to free that guy up when you set him in motion. He's too tight out through his hip. He doesn't utilize his hock like he needs to. He gets outside of himself. He's just really tentative in the way he sets down off those rear pasterns. And again, if he could just be any more athletic, I absolutely love that steer. And this top 4 cattle, you've got a steer down here in fourth that maybe just becomes the most generic in terms of his pin width, the most generic in terms of his dimension. He wants to duck his pins and get up underneath himself. He's pointer there through his front end. You've got a top end of these cattle that have got a lot of extras, and this steer probably falls out as the most two-dimensional and doesn't have some of those extras. Young man's got a steer down here in fifth that certainly is a nice calf, and out here in this class just can't run in terms of presence from the side. In terms of maturity, obviously he's a little bit further behind in terms of weight. Again, a lot of future there, just needs a little bit more time and a little bit more feed. Let's congratulate those kids.
Here's the results of your Class 7 Composite Charolais. First goes to Exhibitor 295, Anna Carnop. Second to Exhibitor 110, Kensley Snodgrass. Third to Exhibitor 310, Anna Fisher. Fourth goes to Exhibitor 18, Dayton Byletter. And fifth to Exhibitor 37, Jeremiah Luden. Anna will be your champion composite Charolais exhibitor, and Kensley your reserve champion. Now we move into the keys. There are going to be 3 classes of keys. This first break, there's 5 entries. They will weigh from 798 to 892. And of course, we'd like to thank the folks at Next Level, your official show photographer. Encourage you to go to nextlevelimages.com. Take a look at those pictures, not only from the backdrop, but from throughout the show, in the ring, and beyond. Next Level, your fall and winter edition official show photographer.
a nice place to start as we get into these key steers. And I think there's a lot of quality in both these top end steers, but one that today is just so much further along in terms of rib, in terms of maturity, in this white bellied or white chested calf. One that is really highly presented, one whose neck sits really high off the top side of his shoulder. He's got some genuine dimension up high. I really like the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and his hind leg. He's probably not the stoutest of the most powerful, but I think he's got plenty of that. He maybe wants to get just a little bit weak there in his loin as you set him in motion, maybe just a little bit higher in terms of his tail head. Those are really, really nitpicky things on a calf, like I said, out here. I think wins and does so pretty handedly. The steer that stands here in second, that one's just got so much future to him. And today, he's probably not just there in terms of rib and body. He's probably just a little bit more youthful and green, and that's okay. I think that one is one that, as a big one, has certainly got a lot of things that you have to like. From a market steer standpoint, he's long and extended. He's good in through his chest, plenty high and big up high, and one that's plenty stout and powerful out through his hip. He's got some foot and bone underneath him. Again, maybe just not the extras in terms of depth of body and forerib and flank line. Maybe doesn't handle himself quite as well out through his hip and hind leg as that steer that wins the class. Still a lot of quality there. The red one that comes in here in third of those top three, he's one that I really like in terms of his structure, really like in terms of the way his shape, the size to his foot is built into him. Unfortunately, he reads just the least genuine in terms of his muscularity of those top three. He's weaker down his top line, narrower in the way he's built up high, not nearly as genuine in terms of his shape and expression down there in through his stifle. I think if you give that guy just a little bit more true, genuine punch, he has a chance to run with those top end cattle. Unfortunately, he doesn't have it today. A burly legged, stout made type of steer that comes out next. He wants to get goodness, I'm getting all tongue-tied. He wants to get two-dimensional down underneath. He wants to get so high, so big up high, but then he wants to come down and he's not nearly as wide and pulled apart in terms of his skeleton. I'd like to lengthen him out through his front end as well for all that extra stoutness and power he has in terms of his foot and his bone, maybe just a little bit coarser as well. Similar story with the steer that's going to round out this class. One that has some power, has some dimension, is burly-legged. He's just too upright in the angle of his shoulder. He's too upright in the way his hip and hind leg is constructed as well. Let's congratulate those kids.
We'll be bringing in Class 9, break 2 of our keys. There are 4 entries weighing from 916 to 947. Your results of Class 8. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 310, Anna Fisher. Second to Exhibitor 113, Raylan Snodgrass. Third to Exhibitor 92, Shay Pospisil. Fourth to Exhibitor 188, Clara Johnson. And fifth to Exhibitor 85, Riley Hartle. Again, entering the ring now is break number 2, Class 9 of keys, weighing from 916 to 947.
Steer that goes and wins this next class at Keys, maybe isn't just ideal in terms of his spine and his hip, but out here he easily represents the most in terms of quality in this class, not only in terms of ring presence from the side, but one that has some genuine power and dimension. I like the way his neck sits onto the top side of his shoulder, like I talked about. Maybe just needs to be tweaked in terms of his spine, the way it hooks up into his hip, and the way he goes off of those rear two. But out here in this class, I think he walks away with it pretty handedly. The steer that comes out next is maybe just wanting to give this young lady a little bit more of a challenge. But again, when you want to read quality and pieces, I think there's a lot of pieces in that steer that are awfully nice. He's long and extended through his front end. He's got some He's got some dimension and stoutness to him. He comes down and has got some foot and bone as well in comparison to the steer in third. I think it's his look through his front end, his youthfulness that helps him just in terms of his look of balance from the side. I like the composure to his hind leg as well. Young lady down here in third, that's a really nice practical steer. He's got some dimension. Go ahead, sweetheart. Go ahead. He's got some dimension. He's got some power. Again, maybe just a little bit plainer there through his front end, a little bit more coordinated in the way he goes out of that hip and hind leg as well. And then the gentleman that's going to round out this class, maybe just needed to be in a lower weight class than this one. Here's a steer that's got some dimension when you study him up high. He's got some rib to him. Out here today, he just gives up too much in terms of ring presence and, again, in terms of maturity to those other cattle. Let's congratulate those kids.
We have one final class of keys. This will be break number 3, 4 entries from 975 to 1,050. Your results of class 9. First will go to exhibitor 266, Aubrey High. Second to exhibitor 188, Clara Johnson. Third to exhibitor 64, Paisley Homestead. And fourth to exhibitor 36, Tanner Hansen.
Some impressive pair of steers here at the top end of this class, and I really do think that there's some give and some take. I guess when you judge them as they are right here, right now, there's one that wins pretty handedly, but I think there's still a lot of future in the other one. That being said, the young lady here at the front of the line, guys, that thing is immaculate in terms of presentation and immaculate in terms of all of the pieces and parts that one puts together. I think that one is just overwhelming in terms of his rib. He's overwhelming in terms of the power and dimension he has up high and from behind. And then you study that guy in terms of the way he utilizes the angle to his shoulder and his knee for the amount of power that he has, I think is impressive. When he first came out here, I didn't know if he was maybe coming up a little bit short in terms of his stride, but when he comes out here and she finally gives him his head and he relaxes, that guy gets out and floats in terms of the way his hip is built into him, the way he uses his hind leg. He stays more square and true from behind when you study him. I don't know if he's quite as unique just in terms of the way his neck sits onto the top side of his shoulder as the steer that stands directly behind him, and he maybe runs just a little bit downhill. Those are comparative notes. Those are really, really nitpicky things on a steer, like I said, that is not only immaculate in terms of the way he puts all of his pieces and parts together, but immaculate in terms of his presentation. I think there's so much future in this calf that stands directly behind him. He's just not as far along as that class winner. Just in terms of mass, in terms of body, in terms of dimension, he just looks younger and more youthful than that steer. And because of that, he's just not there in terms of rib and in terms of power. I do like the way that one's neck sits onto the top side of his shoulder. I think the angle to his shoulder is good. I think the angle to his hock and his hind leg is good. To me, that one doesn't read nearly as long and picked up in terms of his pin set. You study him go from behind and you watch him in the way he's constructed there. He closes up at his hock and down to the ground in comparison to that steer that goes and wins. And again, these are all comparative notes. Both those steers are exceptionally good. Nothing to take away from these steers down here in 3 and 4. Gentlemen, you ran into a class where you've just got 2 stingers at the top end. Go ahead, bud. You can spin your calf around. You've got a calf here in 3rd that's just a good, practical type of steer. He's got some body. He's got some pin width. He's got some foot and bone to him. He doesn't have the extras in terms of just show steer look, in terms of power, in terms of freaky pieces as those top 2 steers. That's why he's down here in 3rd. Then the gentleman down here in 4th, that's a steer that, again, could just benefit from a little bit more time and a little bit more feed. He balances well from the side. He maybe just doesn't have the extras in terms of rib and body. I question that one just a little bit in terms of the length and extension from his shoulder forward. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Set to bring in our first and seconds for our selection of our champion key. In the meantime, your results of Class 10. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 138, Chesney Prince. Second to Exhibitor 247, Cade Stratman. Third goes to Exhibitor 258, Gage Anderson. Fourth to Exhibitor 209, Eli Schaefer.
A really impressive division of these key steers out here, and I'm not one to hide how I feel about these cattle, and so you guys can probably already guess where I'm going to go out here. There's two steers that just represent a different level of quality in terms of what they bring to the table. One in particular that I think is just maxed out in terms of, again, not only the pieces and parts that he puts together, but his presentation. Another one that I think long-term is going to be absolutely killer. The two steers out of your heavyweight class are going to be your champion reserve. Let's congratulate those kids.
Congratulations, your champion key exhibited by Chesney Prince. Reserve is Cade Stratman. We have a single entry that'll be coming in the ring momentarily. This will be class 11 for the Gelve Balancer. Weighs 887.
Just a single entry Gelve steer out here that clearly just doesn't like being out here by himself. So we'll go ahead, bud, and talk him so he can go out here really quick. One that's got some power and certainly some shape and expression up high. He's sound structured and good footed. Maybe not the sleekest there through his front end in comparison to some of the steers we've seen, but one that just really covers the basics in terms of good cattle. I think one that's very deserving of winning out here. Let's congratulate him.
In class 11, your Gelve Balancer went to exhibitor 39, Cole Brooks. Cole will also be your champion Gelve Balancer exhibitor. Moving on now to our Herefords, class 12. There'll be 8 entries in this first break. The Hereford steers will weigh from 785 to 870. Just a friendly reminder to those folks on the back side of the curtains, we can't have you peeking through the curtains because you are spooking some of the steers in the ring.
We get into these Hereford steers, and Gentleman brings one that I think is awfully nice. And I guess for me, he wins it pretty easily. I think that one best combines muscle and really look from the side and a good structural build. Is he the sleekest there through his front end? No. But here's the thing, guys. They don't have to be just wild and crazy through their front end as long as everything proportions and balances out correct. I think he's plenty good in that regard. He balances with the rest of his body so well. He's the most genuine and dimensional up high, really, really genuine in terms of his forerib and his flank line. And again, you set these cattle into motion. He has such a structural advantage over everything in the class. The steer here in second is the one that mimics him in terms of type and kind when you want to talk about balance, when you want to talk about power. He maybe even has just a little bit more genuine shape to his forerib and center body. Unfortunately, this one doesn't handle himself from a structural standpoint nearly as good as the steer that wins, not only in terms of the angle to his shoulder and the way he transitions from his shoulder into his top line, but really how he strides off of those rear two. He just is a little bit tight and tentative in the way he goes there. He comes up just a little bit short there in terms of his stride. The steer here in third, I think there's a bright, bright future in this steer. And unfortunately, out here, he's just the lighter weight calf of these top four steers that maybe he's just given up some. In terms of structure, in terms of foot and bone, I absolutely love this guy and the way he's built in his skeleton. Think he's flawless in terms of the way his hock and his hind leg is constructed. Today, he maybe just doesn't have the extras, the extra punch, the extra power of those top two steers. Maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well as those top two steers from the side. Again, I think that one as a big one, as a fat steer, has got so much future, so much potential. The steer here in fourth, man, that guy is highly presented. He's good looking from the side, and he's one that'll catch your attention and enamor you really fast. Unfortunately, that guy of these top four is just the flattest in terms of his muscularity. He's the narrowest in the way he's constructed. If I could just punch that guy up and give him just a little bit more genuine, real power, I think he moves up a couple of spots in this class. Similar story to the young lady with the white-legged steer here. Give that guy just a little bit more shape and dimension, and I certainly think he can move up. Some of that will come with time and feet and maturity. That guy's still awfully green in terms of his condition as well. A more moderate steer that comes out next, turning the corner, probably just doesn't have the extra pizzazz, the extra look, the show steer look of the top-end cattle out here. Young lady that's coming around the corner now, one that's a little bit more raw today in comparison to the steers here at the top end. Maybe just, again, needs a little bit more time in terms of feed and maturity. Soften him up in terms of that flank line, soften him up in terms of his forerib. And then the young lady that's going to round out this class, he probably does have just a little bit more genuine rib shape and just genuine power when you get in on top of him. He's one that unfortunately just needs to be tweaked off either end of his skeleton. I'd like to see him more comfortable in the way he goes.
Bringing in class 13. This is break number 2 on the Herefords. These Hereford steers weigh from 917 to 1,050. There are 6 entries in this class. Your results of class 12. First will go to Wyatt Stemick, exhibitor 45. Exhibitor 44 in second, Weston Stemick. Third goes to exhibitor 176, Cooper Lindstrom. Fourth to exhibitor 210, Jackson Snell. Fifth to exhibitor 195, Madison Lineman. Sixth is exhibitor 103, Keisha Alber. Seventh to exhibitor 154, Delaney Irwin. And eighth goes to exhibitor 227, Kagan Withoon. Again, this is class 13. After this class, we'll make the selection of our champion Hereford.
Well, Susan, did you get your name in for this bag over at Ruthie K?
Yeah, and I could really see myself with all my radio travels taking it with me.
Perfect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I tell you what, we've been talking about the sponsors that do a tremendous job. Well, our commercial exhibitors do too, and there's some great shopping, and we're very honored. Carla Erickson with Ruthie K. I'm going to let her draw out a name, and she'll take this beautiful bag back to her booth, and you'll come and pick it up from her. So Amy Hawkswell. So she is on the ground. So if you guys know Amy, make sure and tell her, go over to Ruthie K and pick up her bag. Thanks, Carla. And you know what? You're going to give away one more bag tomorrow. So as you're shopping, make sure and get your name in, and tomorrow we'll draw for another bag. So thanks, Carla.
Out here in the next class, these Hereford steers, again, I think one that's just the combination out here. I don't know if he's quite as good just in terms of his skeleton, in particular the angle to his shoulder, as the calf that just won the second class, but that guy has so much power and so much dimension up high, is so genuine in terms of his forerib and center body, so stout and yet still gets around and goes like he needs to out of his hip and hind leg. Like I said, I'd like to lay that angle to his shoulder back in him. And again, he's not the sleekest there through his front end, but all of his pieces and parts fit together. He balances and proportions out really well. The really long, extended, attractive one from the side is this steer here in second. And I love this one in terms of his running gears. I love the way he gets out and goes and flexes. Unfortunately, again, that guy's just got to have more genuine muscle. He's flatter and narrow, and you get in on top of him. He's too flat out there through the upper portion of his hip. If you just give that guy more punch and you give him more true, genuine muscle, he's your winner out here. We come down to the calf here in third that probably mimics the type and kind of our class winner just a little bit more in terms of muscle, in terms of dimension. I guess for me, that one's just more questionable in terms of his structure. Again, angle to his shoulder and his knee. He's starting to want to fall out in terms of his shoulder, especially as you study him up front already. Then you get him out and you ask him to go. He's shorter and tighter out through his hip. I'd like to give him just a little bit more foot and bone underneath him. I think he'd just be a little bit more athletic from that standpoint as well. Young man that's going to turn the corner has got a long, extended type of steer. He's got some length and certainly is one that I like in terms of his structure. Out here, again, maybe just doesn't have the extra look, the extra show ring presence from the side as those top-end cattle. I'd like to pick him up and stouten him up in terms of his pin set, give him just more dimension from behind. Young lady turning the corner right now has got a steer that I think is just really meat and potatoes. He's got some power, and he's got some rib, maybe just needs to be tweaked in terms of the way his hind leg is built into him. I'd like to change him in terms of the shape and size to his foot, maybe just not the most attractive in terms of the way he balances from the side. And then we have a young lady that's going to round out this class. Again, a meat and potatoes type of steer in terms of rib. I like him in terms of the way he sets down to the ground. Becomes more two-dimensional in terms of the way you study him from behind. Gets hot, big up high, but then wants to pull those hocks and narrow to the ground. Like to change him just a little bit in terms of his balance from the side as well. Let's congratulate those kids.
Set to bring those first and seconds back from class 12 and 13 for your selection of your champion, Hereford. In the meantime, your results of class 13. First goes to exhibitor 108, Camille Carr. Second is to exhibitor 115, Brittany Samuelson. Third to exhibitor 44, Weston Stemick. Fourth is to exhibitor 47, Kyan Morris. Fifth is exhibitor 4, Jaden Thompson. Sixth to exhibitor Addie Stump.
a really nice division of these Hereford steers, and I think we've got two class winners that I think are really similar in terms of what they bring to the table with respect to body and power and some look from the side. But there's one that just really hit me hard, and I think he's awfully good. And structurally speaking, he's got such an advantage, put so many good pieces together. Gentleman out of Class 1 is going to be your champion today. Young lady out of Class 2 will be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations, your champion Hereford, exhibited by Wyatt Stemick, your reserve champion by Camille Carr. There'll be a single entry in Class 14 of limousines. The single entry comes in at 807 pounds.
Just a single entry out here. Your limousine steer gentleman's also going to be your champion, and one that I think is very, very deserving of that honor. I think he's got plenty of shape and expression. You really study him up high. You get in from behind him. He's big out through his pin set, and he carries it all the way down through his stifle, all the way down to the ground. One that's youthful and green for sure, but again, his better days are ahead of him. All the pieces and parts are there. Again, very deserving of winning out here. Let's congratulate this gentleman as he walks out the ring.
Congratulations, exhibitor 314, Connor Shiflett, with your champion limousine. We have two entries in the main Anjou class. They weigh from 840 to 858.
Just 2 entries here and your main steers and 2 young ladies that have got really nice projects ahead of them. Young lady up here at the front, even though your steer maybe got a little bit excited on you, I still think that he's the one that needs to go ahead and win today. He's going to be your class winner and your champion. I think that one's just a little bit more unique in terms of the way he's built there through his front end. And no, he maybe doesn't have the flank line of the steer directly behind him, but he's younger, he's greener in terms of his condition. I read that one to just be a little bit more unique in terms of the extra foot and bone he has underneath him. I really like the power and stoutness he has when you get in from behind him. And even though neither one of them are just perfect in terms of the way their hind legs are constructed, I still see just a little bit more set in his hock. The steer that stands directly behind him, he is further along just in terms of maturity and rib. It's definitely softer there in that flank line, and maybe his shoulder lays in him just a little bit better. But with that, I don't think he's quite as unique there through his front end. The way his neck sits onto the top side of his shoulder, he's one that for me, yes, his shoulder lays into him better, but it's because he doesn't read with nearly as much genuine shape and dimension on the back side of his shoulder over his rib and loin. My biggest concern with that guy is just in terms of the way his hind leg is constructed in him. He's awfully upright in the way he's built there. I'd like to just give him more flex and more ease in the way his hip and hind leg are. A nice pair of steers. They'll be your champion and reserve out here in this division. Let's congratulate both those young ladies.
Congratulations, Exhibitor 286, Grayson Kritachi, and second goes to Exhibitor 190, Lauren Johnson. They will be your champion and reserve main Anjou. We're headed over to Class 16 now. There are 2 entries in this class. This will be the first break on the maintainers, weighing from 760 to 790.
We start into these maintainer steers, and the gentleman brings one out here today that on these 2, there's just more extras, guys. There's extra power, there's extra foot, there's extra bone. He's one that I think balances really well from the side. Again, he's youthful, he's green, he's got some time to really get there from a maturity standpoint in terms of rib and in terms of flank line. All of the pieces are there, and I'd be proud to be on the end of the halter of that one. I think there's a lot of good. Nothing to take away from the steer here in second. He's one that I certainly think has those things that you talk about that you want in terms of muscularity, in terms of shape. He's got some look from the side, especially from his shoulder forward. There's just not enough of that in comparison to the steer that wins. He's quite a bit flatter and more general in terms of the way he's built from his hip all the way down to his stifle. He's given up some in terms of foot and bone. You'd like to tweak that guy in terms of the way he hinges out of his hip and hind leg as well. A nice pair of steers to start out our tainers. Let's congratulate both of them.
Congratulations, Exhibitor 268, Kane DeLauder. With first, second will go to Exhibitor 265, Kayla Rupi. We're moving on now to Class 17. This is break number 2. These steers away from 895 to 942.
Another nice class of these maintainer steers, and one that pretty handedly wins it out here. You know, you talk about one that's got so much power and so much dimension, and yet still balances so well from the side. You know, he's probably not just the craziest there on the top side of his neck or the most extended from his shoulder forward, but like I talked about earlier, everything proportions and balances out appropriately. I think he's youthful in terms of his rib. That guy is incredible in terms of his structure, guys. Incredible in terms of the angle to his shoulder and his knee. Absolutely awesome in terms of the way he gets out and goes off of those rear two. A really, really nice place to start. The black and white steer, the Baldy steer that comes out next, you know, from a presentation standpoint, maybe doesn't have the extras of some of the other steers out here. But again, in terms of the basics and in terms of structure, he's the one that needs to go ahead and be second. He doesn't have the extra power, the extra punch of that top end steer, but I think that guy's built for the long haul in terms of the angle to his shoulder, in terms of the way he gets out and goes off of those rear two. I think there's a lot of pieces and parts about that one that'll certainly benefit him, especially on down the line as a fat steer. You have a pair of steers here in 3 and 4 that have the look, that have all of the extras from the side in terms of the way their necks are built into their skeleton, their length, their extension, that shows steer look that we talk about. But structurally speaking, you got to tweak them. The black and white steer handles the angle to his shoulder just a little bit better and is maybe not quite as rigid as the steer directly behind him in terms of his ankle, but he needs to be changed there as well. I got to loosen him up. And the same story for this black and white steer. If he just was more athletic in terms of his skeleton, more athletic in terms of his hock and the way he sets down at the ground, he rises to the top end of this class. Unfortunately, he's just got to be tweaked there and loosened up off of either end. A really meat and potatoes kind of steer that comes out next. He's good looking, he's youthful, he's sound structured. He just gives up too much in terms of power and too much in terms of foot and bone. Young lady heading out right there with the black and white steer, one that's just more generic all the way through. I like his extra foot and bone. I'd like to change him in terms of the shape to his head. He's one that, again, in terms of generic, just flatter and more general in his build all the way through. Let's congratulate those kids.
Class 18, break number 3 of our maintainers set to enter the ring. There'll be 5 entries in this class. They weigh from 960 to 980. Here's the results of Class 17. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 33, Hadley Dunklaus. Second is to Exhibitor 239, Jenna Peterson. Third to Exhibitor 158, Anna Lynn Beach. Fourth to Exhibitor 189, Josie Johnson. Fifth is to 31, Reese Porter. And sixth goes to Exhibitor 208, Sutton Schaefer. We will have one more class of maintainers, and then we will make the selection of the champion and the reserve.
Young lady here in the red has got a steer that pretty handedly wins this class, and he's not perfect. He certainly needs to set down just more comfortably there off of those rear pasterns, but everywhere else this steer excels in terms of look through his front end, in terms of shape and expression up high, right there on the back side of his shoulder, over his rib and loin. So enamoring from the side in terms of the pieces and parts he puts together. Again, he's not perfect right there at the ground, and really it does start part of the ground. He needs to have a bigger foot underneath him. He needs to have more depth to his heel, and then he'd set down just a little bit softer there off those rear pasterns. That's being really, really nitpicky and an awfully good one. The steer that comes directly behind him, I actually prefer the extra foot and bone, depth of heel, shape and size to his foot of that steer in comparison to your class winner. Unfortunately, he doesn't combine that with all of the extra look, all of the extra power, and all of the wow factor of the steer that goes and wins that class. He's just more of a meat and potatoes kind of steer that maybe just needs a little bit more punch there through his stifle. But I think that one, again, long term, you take that one to a fat steer, he's got a lot of good to him. A long extended type of steer that comes out next, one that I love him in terms of how high that neck sits onto the top side of his shoulder, and he does have plenty of power. Again, similar story to some of these other cattle that we've seen today. For as much power as he has up high, he takes it down to the ground and is just not stout enough in terms of his foot and bone. He's just rounder off of either end, more upright in the angle of that shoulder, needs to take a longer stride off those rear two. Young lady that's going to round out this class, a moderate steer that has power, that has rib. Again, in terms of structure, you'd like to hinge him differently off either end. I'd like to lay that shoulder into him, give him just a little bit more flex off of those rear two. He's already starting to want to get us a little bit outside of himself. I just don't know if that's going to hold up long term. Nice class of steers. Let's give him a hand.
Your final class of maintainers will be class 19. There should be 5 entries in this class from 1,009 to 1,094 pounds. Your class 18 results. First, we'll go to exhibitor 246, Cassidy Stratman. Second to exhibitor 171, Josie Wilson. Exhibitor 93 is in third. That's Cambry Pospisil. Fourth, we'll go to exhibitor 240, Haley Peterson. Again, this is the final class of maintainers. After this class, our first and seconds will be coming back in the ring for the selection of your champion. And don't forget, later on this afternoon, we will be having the Classic Premier Heifer Selection and the Classic Premier Steer Show.
Really nice way to round out these maintainer steers. And the gentleman in the cowboy hat has got a steer that comes out here and I think slides into that first hole and does it really fast. I think that calf just covers so many basics in terms of rib and power and dimension, and yet still puts it together in such an attractive package from the side. I think that one's really mature in terms of his rib, but it fits into his body and it fits into his body type, and he still looks youthful and attractive there in the way his neck sits onto the top side of his shoulder. He's one that's interesting in terms of his structure. Every once in a while, you can get a weird read off of his rear two, just in terms of the way he utilizes it. He's got plenty of set. He maybe just gets a little bit more uncoordinated in the way his hock to ground is constructed, maybe gets a little bit weak there in his loin. Those are really, really nitpicky things on a calf that's awfully good. The Brockle face steer that comes out here in second, that one's got all the wow factor factor in the world that you'd want in one from the side. So youthful, so attractive, and he's still big out there through his pin set. He's not nearly as soft there in the center portion of his body, and I guess for the extra frame size and length that he has, I think that one's going to get awfully tall and awfully big, and you're going to have to pump the brakes on him from a feeding standpoint. I don't think his hip and hind leg is constructed in him quite as good as that steer that wins. Gentleman that comes out next has got, again, meat and potatoes, practical kind of steer, body, rib, dimension, power. He has all that. He's almost a rib too long, and because of that, he falls out in terms of balance. He wants to run downhill just ever so slightly. He just doesn't put all of these pieces and parts together quite as well as those top-end steers. I guess I question that one, again, in terms of maturity. You look at his cannon bone just a little bit as well. Big, burly, stout-legged steer that comes out next. He's just a little bit too round out through his hip, a little bit too compact there through his front end. I'd like to tweak him in the way he goes off of either end of his build for me to get him any higher. And then a steer that rounds out the class. I like him in terms of his rib. He's got some shape and expression up high. He's too upright off of either end of his skeleton. Needs to be loosened up in terms of structure. Let's congratulate all of them.
And congratulations with Class 19. We're going to bring our first 10 seconds back in to make your selection of your champion maintainer. Here's your results of Class 19. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 175, Brody Weezy. Second to Exhibitor 162, Addison Grant. Third goes to 313, Cade Croker. Fourth to Exhibitor 19, Alexis Bittletter. And fifth to Exhibitor 204, David Sonnenfeld. Again, now comes in the selection of your champion maintainer.
In terms of depth, I think this has probably been one of the best divisions that I've seen all day, all the way through. And it starts there at that first class. And I had talked earlier, I think this year's got a lot of future and a lot of pieces you have to like. Unfortunately, out here, he probably just doesn't have the extras to run with the class winners out of 2, 3, and 4. But that steer is still awfully, awfully good. We get into that second class, and like I talked earlier, that's a steer that's maybe not the wildest necked, the most extended there from his shoulder forward, and you'd certainly like to give him a little bit of that. He's maybe got a little bit of throat underneath him. That guy is flawless in terms of his structure, and that's what makes it hard out here, because you think about taking that one to a fat steer, and he's got to excite you for being able to feed that one and do a lot of things with him, because his structure's never going to give out. His angle to his knee, the way he gets out and goes off of his rear too, is exceptionally good. Stout and powerful powerful up high, dimensional when you get in from behind him. Like I said, the only question mark you have on that guy is he wild enough through his front end for you? The steer that comes directly behind him, that one has got all of the wow factor, all of the extras that you could ask for when you have that guy on the standstill. His neck sits so high on the top side of his shoulder. He's one that when she puts him together, man, he's one that's hard to come out here and say, I'm going to beat that one. I guess, again, I talked to him earlier, structurally speaking, that one's just a little bit more concerning for me, and it starts with his foot. He's a little bit smaller in terms of his foot and shallower in terms of his heel, and because of that, he just doesn't set down off those rear pasterns like he needs to. He's just more timid and tentative in the way he's built off of either end. If that guy was loosened up, he's the one that runs away with this division. Then the steer that comes out of your heavyweight class, I think he's an interesting calf, and I think he's got an advantage over some of these other steers out here right now, just in terms of maturity, in terms of rib, in terms of dimension. You get in from behind him, you study him up high, he's big in through his pin set, he's got some dimension there through his stifle, he's loose in terms of his spine. I think he's adequate in terms of his structure. Like I talked to him, he's one that every once in a while kind of wants to get just a little bit awkward in terms of the composure to his hind leg, even though he meets his stride. I think that one just covers so many pieces and parts right now. That's what I see in these cattle. I'm going to go out and take another look, and I'll get you a champion and reserve. Let's congratulate these kids one more time.
Congratulations, your champion main went to Hadley Dunclaw, class 17, and your reserve champion went to Brody Weesey of class 19. Class 20 has 2 entries in it. Those are the Shorthorns. They weigh from 864 to 1045.
Just one class of these shorthorns and a really nice one to win, guys. Like we've talked in so many of these steers today, you're looking for one that's good balanced and good ribbed and proportions out, has some pizzazz, has some look from the side, and still has power. And then on top of all of that, it's got some structure, and this steer definitely does that. And I think he does so, and he wins really, really handedly. That gentleman's got an awfully nice one. Nothing to take away from the steer here in second. You know, this one, again, one of those steers that's got some future to him. He's got some youthfulness, some length and extension. Today, he's not at the same level just in terms of presentation, quality, and maturity as that top steer, but a nice place to be second in reserve out here. Let's congratulate both those gentlemen.
And congratulations in Class 20, your Shorthorn class. Your champion Shorthorn exhibited by Exhibitor 275, Baron Strope. Your reserve champion Shorthorn is Exhibitor 316, Leighton Dibbler. Moving on now to the Shorthorn Plus. There are 4 entries in this class. They weigh from 620 to 975.
As we roll into, go ahead and stop right there, bud. You're good. As we roll into this next class, these Shorthorn Plus steers, again, just one class of these things, and man, what a good one to go ahead and start. This gentleman brought this steer out in showmanship earlier, and he just keeps getting better and better. I love this calf for so many things. I love him in terms of his neck, love him in terms of his rib, so stout and powerful. Comes down to the ground and is equally as big and stout in terms of his foot and his bone. Gets out and goes with some flexibility and athleticism. Just an awfully, awfully good one to start. Nothing to take away from the blue roan steer that's going to be second in reserve. You know, this one is awfully good looking from the side as well. He just doesn't have the extras in terms of pen width, the extras in terms of shape and dimension up high, the extras in terms of structure and just ability to tie it all together with such a wild look through his front end. And it's really just from a comparative note that he stands here in second, because that is an awfully, awfully good steer as well, young lady. Both those steers are certainly deserving of being champion in reserve out here. Young lady's got a really youthful steer that comes out next. Again, time and feed and maturity, really both these steers. Go ahead, sweetheart, you can spin around as well. Time and feed and maturity will benefit them, and obviously they're at a disadvantage out here because you've got a pair of heavier weight steers in with younger steers in here that just aren't as far along in terms of that. And I think they, again, structure and look at, and the things that he's just having fun, hun. In terms of all the pieces that you want to have in a steer looking long term, they both have it. Just again, run into a pair of them at the top end that are awfully good. Let's congratulate those champions.
Congratulations in Class 21, your Shorthorn Plus. Here's the breakdown. First goes to Exhibitor 248, Braden Day. Second will go to Exhibitor 8, Kinsley White. Third to Exhibitor 49, Reese Locke. And fourth to Exhibitor 183, Remington Blesson. Your champion Shorthorn Plus is exhibited by Braden and your reserve by Kinsley. Entering the ring now is Class 22. There are 7 entries in this class. This is your percentage Simmental. They will weigh from 860 to 1112.
Just one class of these semi-steers again, and another one that just comes out here and wins it pretty handedly for me. This Brockle face calf is one that I think is just so good looking from the side out here in this class. In terms of his neck and in terms of the way it's built into his skeleton, he's one that's really, really soft in terms of the center portion of his body. Big out through his pin set, stout from behind. I think he's good enough in terms of structure. Is he the soundest, most athletic thing that we've seen today? No, but I think he's adequate enough in that fashion out here in this class. Like I said, he's got such an advantage in so many areas. The steer that comes directly behind him, you know, if you could put a different shoulder and a different front end in this one, he goes and wins, because I think he is more genuine in terms of his forerib, more opened up in terms of his rib, and stouter and more powerful out there through his pin set. I actually prefer the depth to his heel in comparison to that steer that wins. Unfortunately, he's just more open and outright in terms of that shoulder. He's wanting to tip over just a little bit there in the way he's constructed, and he's just more Simmental, what I'd call Simmental, and that's coming from a Simmental breeder in terms of his head and the way his neck is built into him. Still an awfully, awfully good one. Steer that comes out next, if you could just loosen this one up structurally, again, he might be the one that you pick, because he does have some look. He's got plenty of body, plenty of dimension, probably has as much power as anything. Again, structurally speaking, that one's just not loose enough off either end of his build, in particular in the way he utilizes his hock and his hind leg to get any higher in this class. young man with the star-headed steer that comes out next, if I could just punch this guy up from behind, I think he gets closer to the second hole, because this is just a really good, again, meat and potatoes kind of calf in terms of rib, in terms of body, adequate enough in terms of structure. He's just flatter and more generic all the way through. He's more two-dimensional in terms of his rib, more two-dimensional up high. I'd like to give him just a little bit more oomph, especially as you study him from behind. Steer that comes out next, if, again, structurally speaking, you tweak this one, he moves up a couple of spots, he just gets too rotated up underneath himself off of those rear two. He's not nearly athletic enough in terms of the way he hinges there. He needs to be softened up in terms of his forerib and body as well. Long extended type of steer that comes out next, again, maybe not the extra show ring look, the extra shape and expression as some of these other steers. Young man does a really nice job out here working with him and getting him shown. The young lady that's going to round out this class, he's got some really wild pieces in terms of pin whip, in terms of the way his neck sits on his shoulder. Again, that guy's not sound enough in terms of the way he hinges off either end of his build for me to get him any higher in this class. Let's congratulate all of them.
All right, here's your results of Class 22 in your percentage Simmental. First, we'll go to 283, Harley Hansen. Second is Exhibitor 260, Clayton Pribble. Third goes to Exhibitor 281, Neil Schmidt. Fourth to Exhibitor 217, Jaden Neighbor.
We're going to take 10 minutes here, so everybody, we're going to take 10 minutes. We're going to take a little restroom break, so give you 10 minutes, guys, and we'll start our crossbred steer show. 10 minutes, and we'll start back up. So we'll take a little restroom break, 10 minutes.
All right, back to the list of results. Fifth goes to Exhibitor 293, Josie Ritter. Sixth to Exhibitor 278, Cohen Ulrich. And seventh to Exhibitor 320, Ashlyn Cook. Again, Harley will be your champion percentage Simmental, and your reserve champion will go to Clayton. This is the 2-minute warning. We'll be starting with the crossbred class 23 in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back. We are ready to start with class 23 as we move into the crossbreds. There will be 6 in this class from 664 to 750.
A nice way to start out your crosses. And the young lady's got a brockle-faced steer here that comes out here and wins this class pretty easily for me. And obviously, he's not as chubby-bellied and probably as woofy as some of these steers that we're going to see today. But you're talking about lightweights out here. And I think that from a maturity standpoint, he reads with so much future and so much good to him. He's attractive. He's good in terms of his power and dimension when you study him up high and from behind. Good enough in terms of his running gears. Like I said, talk about just quality and presentation today and really quality on down the line, and he's the one that you have to gravitate towards. After that, I think there's a little bit of give and take, and I side with the young lady's lightweight steer out here. And I know he probably gives up just a lot in terms of mass and dimension to some of these other cattle, but you want to talk about one that's built with the right set of running gears, built with the right feet and legs to go on long term, and I think that's where he has the advantage. Yes, I'd like to give him more back. Yes, I'd like to bust him open in terms of his pin set. Those are things that, again, you think about long term. He's just a little tiny baby calf right now. Maturity and, feed and some of those things will help that. I like that one in terms of his running gears from a long term standpoint. Young lady that's rounding the corner, that's a big, stout, burly steer, and if you could just lengthen him out through his front end, make him more attractive about his head and neck, he maybe rolls into that second hole. More particularly, though, that one's just really has almost too much set to that back leg, and the reason I say that is that he meets his stride, but he's just really, really uncoordinated and maybe not aesthetically pleasing in terms of the way his hip and hind leg is constructed in him. A long, extended, big-backed, stout, powerful steer that comes out next. I wish that one hinged differently off either end of his skeleton. Wish he was laid back in the angle to his shoulder and softer and more comfortable in the way he's constructed there at the ground off of those rear pasterns. We get into a pair of steers here at the bottom end that certainly out here just get a little outmassed and outweighed in terms of maturity and long term. I think they have some shape, some expression. They just, again, need more time on feed, and more maturity to really be more competitive out here. Let's congratulate those kids.
Moving on to Class 24 in our crossbreds. They will weigh from 775 to 803. Here's your results of Class 23. First, we'll go to Exhibitor 87, Alexis Warner. Second to 118, that's Michaela Samuelson. Third is to Exhibitor 139, Riley Kerner. Fourth is to Exhibitor 49, Reese Locke. Fifth to Exhibitor 136, Austin Schlachter. Sixth is to Exhibitor 135, Retley Schlachter. Again, coming in the ring now will be Class 24. These steers away from 775 to 803.
a nice class of these crosses, and maybe not just the one that grabs you initially, but again, you think about not only what the quality of these cattle are today, but long term, and that's where the young lady's black steer is going to go ahead and start. In comparison to the steer directly behind him, he's got so much more bone to him. He's better in the shape and size to his foot and the way he plants there at the ground. He's one that, yes, is immature and maybe not as woofy in terms of his rib, but I think, again, time and feed will certainly benefit him. Attractive, good enough in terms of his structural build, and one that's got some real pin width and power. The pieces are all there. He just needs a little bit more time. The steer that's going to stand here in second, if this guy could really get out and motor any better off his rear two, he might be the one that you start with, because he probably has the advantage over everything out here just in terms of actual genuine shape up high, in terms of pin width. He's really stout and rugged all the way through. Again, that guy is just not good enough in terms of the way he hinges out of his hip and his hind leg. He's too stiff and tight in the way he's built there. If he was more athletic, I'd certainly gravitate towards putting him just a little bit higher in this class. A really nice steer that comes out next that's just flatter and more general in terms of his build. A young lady, when she gets him stopped, I certainly like him in terms of his look from the side. He's, again, just probably the flattest and narrowest of those top three cattle in terms of his build all the way through. I'd like to open him up in terms of his pin width, open him up underneath, and two, he's maybe not just the sleekest there in the way he's constructed through his front end. A really stout, really powerful steer that comes out next. So stout and powerful that unfortunately hinders him not only from a structural standpoint, but from a balance standpoint. He needs to be tweaked in the way he transitions from his shoulder into his spine. He gets too tight in the way he's built from his spine into his hip, round in the way he's constructed there in his hip. Just too many pieces, probably because he's got working just a little bit too much real shape and expression today. Young man that's going to round out this class, a long extended type of steer. Sure wish he would be softened up in the center portion of his body. And again, structurally speaking, I'd just like to tweak that one off by either end of his build, give him just a little bit more set and comfort. Let's congratulate all those kids.
We're set to bring class 25 in. This will be break 3, 7 entries in the crossbred steers weighing from 825 to 865. Your results of class 24. First, we'll go to exhibitor 159, Alea Beach. Second to exhibitor 52, Brooke Hansen. Third to exhibitor 49, Reese Locke. Fourth to exhibitor 13, Addison Brenner. And fifth to exhibitor 245, Luke Cooning. Again, entering the ring now is class 25 of your crossbred steers, weighing from 825 to 865.
a really, really nice pair of these cattle, really 3 of these steers here at the top end. Gentlemen, let's down there in third, go ahead and spin your calf around. I think these top 2 steers really mimic each other when you want to talk about up high in terms of power, in terms of dimension. You want to talk about rib cage. You want to talk about how their skeletons are built into them. The difference is the steer that goes and starts is so much more attractive and youthful in terms of his head and the way his head and neck sit on top of his shoulder. And then when you get him out and you ask him to move, he's just more fluid in terms of the way he goes from his hip to his hock all the way down to the ground. That's an impressive steer that handles himself exceptionally well when you set him in motion. The steer that stands directly behind him, you know, there's things that I absolutely love about this steer. He's one that I think is actually maybe just a little bit bigger in terms of his foot. He's one that I don't think is quite as unique there through that front end. You get him out and you ask him to move, and he just doesn't grab the ground and grab the surface with the fluidity, the comfort of that steer that goes and starts. Those top 2 steers are awfully nice. This steer here in third is one that on the standstill I absolutely love. He is enamoring through his front end. He is big through his back. He is stout through his pin set. He doesn't carry that all the way down to the ground. He's not nearly as genuine and opened up underneath. He too just struggles a little bit more structurally. Calf and fourth going out of the ring. Awfully good steer that if he would have been in class 1 and 2 would have won. He just doesn't have the extras of those top 3 steers in terms of look, in terms of extra power, and in terms of show ring presence. Young lady coming around the corner, similar story. That one's got some power, got some dimension, just doesn't have the extras. And I'd certainly like to reconstruct him in terms of his hip and hind leg ever so slightly as well. Steer that's coming out next is a big legged calf that I certainly like on the standstill in terms of his presentation and his look. He's too round in terms of his hip, more uncoordinated there in terms of his hock and his rear pastern. Steer going to round out the class. He just needs to be lengthened out all the way through. He's just more jammed up and compact in terms of his build. He's a little bit more two-dimensional when you get up underneath him as well. Exceptional top end of that class. 2 really nice ones there at the top.
We're set for class 26 now to come in. This will be break number 4. There are 8 entries weighing from 870 to 890. Here's your results of class 25. First goes to exhibitor 137, Cutter Prince. Second to exhibitor 33, Hadley Dunklau. Third is to exhibitor 62, Taylor Weber. Fourth goes to exhibitor 198, Brexton Huxwell. Fifth is to 65, Addison Harney. Sixth is to 269, that's Brigham Robinson. And seventh goes to exhibitor 280, Brooke Casper. Again, in the ring now is class 26, weighing from 870 to 890.
a really nice pair of these steers that are just completely and total opposites in terms of type and kind, and both have structural issues that I'd like to change in them. And I think that's where it becomes hard, because where do you go and what do you do? And again, comes back to personal preference. To me, the one that's got the more enamoring pieces, the more uniqueness, and still I think probably has a little bit more gas in the tank, is a gentleman's black calf up here at the front, and he's going to go ahead and win. You know, that one is really interesting. He is incredibly thin-necked and incredibly clean on the bottom side of his neck. From there, you know, he's just really opened up in terms of his rib. He's really stout and powerful. That one's shoulder is concerning to me, just in terms of the way it sits into his skeleton, and how out he is there, and then the way he transitions from that shoulder into his forerib. More concerning for me is he just wants to get outside of himself, not be nearly as athletic and just comfortable there in the way he goes off of those rear two. But that is an awfully interesting calf that's got some really wild pieces to him. I commend you, bud. I think that one's super unique. He's going to be hard to keep all those pieces together, but if you can, I think it'll be impressive. The steer that comes out here in second is one that's just, again, opposite. He is so moderate and so just low to the ground, to the point where you question, does that guy have enough gas in the tank? He's shorter in terms of his cannon. He's more open in terms of his shoulder as well. Maybe just question that one, as if he's got enough to him in terms of mature height and size. He is impressive in terms of the amount of power and dimension he has. He's impressive in terms of his rib. He's really attractive, really highly presented. He too needs to be tweaked out of his hip and his hind leg. He just wants to get rounder in the way he's constructed there. Not nearly comfortable enough for me in terms of the way his hock is built into him. He's wanting to get to the outside of himself from behind as well. A challenging pair there at the top end. A really good basic type of steer that comes out next. He doesn't have the extras in terms of look through his front end and genuine base width as those top two cattle. He's so big up high, and then you study him going away from you. He wants to close up down to the ground. He's not nearly as genuine there through his stifle, but he's one that certainly has some look from the side, has some foot and bone underneath him, very highly presented. A steer that's probably just a little bit more late maturing and probably needs a little bit more time. I think this one's best days are certainly as a fat steer. If you can get him to slow down in terms of frame size, soften up there in the center portion of his body, sure do like the way he's built in terms of his skeleton. Young lady, when she does get him stuck, he's got a nice look from the side. A more moderate steer that's got some rib and got some body. Again, maybe doesn't transition that all the way down to the ground. Would like to give him just a little bit more foot and bone. His shoulder and hip just kind of throw him off from a balance perspective. He comes in a few more pieces today, not only on the standstill, but when you set him in motion as well. The black and white steer is one that's long and he's extended. He's well balanced from the side. That guy's got to have more genuine muscularity. That guy's got to be more opened up all the way through to roll any higher in this class. The blue roan steer that's going to round out is one that probably, again, meat and potatoes, got some body, got some structure, not nearly enough look, not nearly enough power to go any higher in this group. Let's congratulate all those kids.
Entering now is class 27. There are 7 entries in class 27, weighing from 895 to 905. Results of class 26. First goes to exhibitor 61, Colton Croker. Second to exhibitor 292, Jack Ritter. Third is 111, exhibited by Tate Pruis. Fourth is to exhibit 130, Madison Berg. Fifth is to 225, Grant Wolohoski. Sixth to exhibitor 140, Hope Kohler. Seventh to exhibitor 272, Dylan Heath. Again in the ring now is class 27 from 895 to 905.
These top three steers, guys, are awfully good. And for as good as these three steers are, there's another one that's just on a whole nother level. The young lady's calf that comes out here at the front, guys, that one's my speed. I think that thing is a awfully good one. Just neck, body, power, foot, bone, structure, everything that you could possibly look for, he's got it, and then some. I think that one's just really good. The decision for me, I guess, is between 2 and 3, and there's a lot of give and take in terms of where do you want to go and where do you want to put your priorities. I think there's just enough more uniqueness in this steer right here to go ahead and be second. I think he's one whose neck sits just a little bit better on the top side of his shoulder. He's more blown apart when you get in on top of him. He's bigger out through his pin set. He's softer in terms of the way his hind leg is constructed, to the point where he's just a little bit too soft. And I hate saying that, because I want these steers to be athletic and I want them to be soft and correct in terms of their structure. He just every once in a while wants to get a little honky legged and maybe just doesn't compose his hip and hind leg quite as well. Comparison to your class winner, all of the pieces and parts don't fit together and smooth and blend like that steer that wins. That's still a really good one. This steer here in third is just so complete, guys, so complete. And I hate putting a steer like this down in third, because really he's so good in so many areas. He's so good in his rib. He's so stout and powerful from behind. He's so good in terms of the shape and size to his foot, the way he gets out and goes. He's just a little bit plainer through his front end. He's not as opened up when you get in from behind him. You study him up high, you study him underneath. There's just not as much there, not as much extras, not as much wild pieces. That's still such a good steer. And I said, again, those top 3 cattle are just awfully good, with just an incredible one there at the top end. Young lady that's going to come around next, one that mimics the type and kind of those cattle in terms of pieces, in terms of neck, in terms of back, in terms of dimension, in terms of foot and bone, without the structure. And you study him at the ground, and that's where it starts. He's a little bit curl-toed there off of his front end. He's a little bit smaller there off of those rear 2 feet. And because of that, he just doesn't have the structure and the ability to float like those top 3 steers do. An awfully good one to be down there in fourth. Meat and potatoes, good-bodied, stout-built type of steer that comes up next. He's not nearly as unique in terms of his front end, just not nearly as lengthy and extended and wild in terms of his look as those top-end cattle, but that's an awfully nice steer. A long, extended steer coming out next. Out here in a class that's this deep, that has this much heat, he's just not there in terms of forerib shape, in terms of flank. I'd like to tweak him in terms of his hip and hind leg as well. Now to round out the class, young lady, again, one of those steers that has so much future and just runs into a class that's so deep. Would just like to see him just a little bit stouter, have a little bit more genuine muscle, maybe again just needs a little bit of time, maturity, and feed. Let's congratulate all of those kids. I'm going to have the top 3 come back from that class.
Here's the results coming up from class 27, but we'll announce class 28 is coming in the ring right now. Class 28 weighs from 923 to 948. There should be 6 entries. In class 27, first we'll go to exhibitor 33, Hadley Dunklow. Second is to 198, which is Brayston Huxwell. Third is to 77, Ben Spencer. Again, those 3 will be coming back for the final drive. In fourth, 283 exhibited, and that's Harley Hansen. Fifth is to exhibitor 263, Kellen Blank. Sixth to exhibitor 143, Jay Mittling. And seventh to exhibitor 243, Lily Cooning. Again in the ring now, class 28, weighing from 923 to 948.
Probably not your Scorpion that we had in the last class in those 3 steers, but just a really good basic steer that comes out here and wins this class in terms of putting the most good together. He's highly presented, attractive in terms of the way he's built from the side. He's one that certainly could be a shot more powerful, but I think is plenty powerful enough. Where I'd like to tweak him is he just gets a little bit too round there in the way he goes out of his hip. He wants to duck those pins up underneath himself. But out here in terms of quality and in terms of quality pieces, I easily think that he's the one that needs to go ahead and start. The steer here in second, if you can ever get that guy to go ahead and relax, I think he actually has got as much good to him as anything. He is so stout and so powerful. He's a little bit short and compact everywhere, and I think that hurts him out here. He maybe looks just a little bit younger and more immature in terms of this class. He's one, too, that, again, if he relaxes, he sets down comfortable and okay. Out here, he wants to get a little antsy and wants to get up off those rear pasterns, just not be as soft and good in the way he's built there at the ground. A good basic steer coming out next. He's got some rib, he's got some body, he's got some foot and bone. He's plainer up there through his front end. He's more generic in terms of the shape and dimension he has on the back side of his shoulder. I guess for me, that one just reads a little bit coarser all the way through, and it starts at the ground in terms of his joints, a little bit coarser in terms of his joints, and again, maybe not nearly as genuine in terms of his real shape and dimension. An attractive gold steer that comes out next. Young lady does a tremendous job of getting this one shown and really trying to show out of him his flaws, because when she gets him on the standstill, he can really sucker you in real fast in terms of his look, in terms of how long-spined, level-hipped he is. You set that guy into motion, and he's just a little bit sharper in his hawk. He gets more two-dimensional all the way through, pulls those hawks not nearly as just opened up in terms of his skeleton and his build as that those top end cattle. Young gentleman that's going to round out this class, again, one of those steers that maybe just needed to roll into a lower weight class here. He just looks a little bit further behind in terms of maturity, in terms of weight, in terms of extra power out here. A nice class of steers. Let's congratulate them.
Entering the ring now will be class 29, break 7. There should be 6 entries in this class from 950 to 970. Here results of class 28. First, we'll go to exhibitor 121, Jersey Schmidt. Second is to 318, Jordan Roth. 3 goes to exhibitor 90, Sophie Weber. 4th to exhibitor 178, Bailey Setlick. 5th is to exhibitor 131, Nicholas Rohr. Again, entering the ring now will be class 29 of crossbreds, weighing from 950 to 970.
Really nice place to start as we get further into these crossbreds, and a heavyweight steer here that, again, the extras, all of the things pushing the limits in terms of look and power and body with some structure. I just think that this one does a lot of good there. You know, he's maybe not just perfect in terms of the way his spine hooks up into his hip and the way he goes all the way down to the ground, but when he gives you a look like that, it's hard not to tie into a calf that's that highly presented and brings that much quality to the table. Nothing to take away from the steer that goes and stands here in second. You know, that's a calf that I love in terms of his structure. I love the way he gets out and goes, the angle to his skeleton, the angle to his knee, the way he uses his hip and hind leg is tremendous. Again, the extras. Does he have the foot, the bone, the look, the power, the dimension? No, probably not to that class winner, but there's still a lot of good in that calf. Again, I'd watch for that one as a fat steer. I think he certainly has got a lot of things to him that are going to make him fun, especially as a big one. The steer that comes out next, so much power, so much body. Again, one of those meat and potatoes kind of calves that just unfortunately runs into a really high quality pair of them out here. This steer, for all the power and body that he has, he's just a little bit too open in terms of his shoulder. He's starting to get outside of himself from behind. Would certainly like to fix the way he goes and hinges there out of his hip. Young lady brings a really practical calf that comes out next. For me, that one's smoother just all the way through, smoother in terms of his joints, smoother in terms of his flexibility as compared to the steer directly behind him. He probably just doesn't have the extras in terms of foot and bone and that wowie look from the side, but I think, again, that steer, if fed right, if managed right, is going to be awfully nice as a big fat one. The steer coming out next, he does have the extras in terms of foot and bone, and that thing is wild-necked, and it sits real high there on the top side of his shoulder. Unfortunately, from there back, he's just more concave in terms of his forerib, flatter in terms of the way he's built, and then really just wants to flatten from his hip to his stifle all the way down to the ground. I got to open him up just a little bit more. And again, he's green, and hopefully with time and maturity, some of that will come. The steer that's going to round out this class, again, similar to so many that we've said today, there's future there. He just needs more time. For me, I'd like to maybe tweak that one in terms of the way he goes off of either end as well. Let him set down just more comfortably there in his lower joints. Let's congratulate all of them.
We're getting ready for our final class of crossbreds. This will be break number 8. 6 entries weighing from 992 to 1066. The results now of class 29. First goes to exhibitor 185, Kia Songster. Second is to 207, Tatum Schroeder. Third to 322, Macy Smith. Fourth to exhibitor 244, Hayden Fowler. Fifth goes to 224, Spencer Wolochowski. Sixth to exhibitor 262, Brayton Blank. Again, this is our final class, class 30. There should be 6 entries. They weigh from 992 to 1066. Just a reminder, we can't have folks, we've had them on a couple different ends, peeking through the curtains. We don't want to startle the animals as they are going through. Thank you so much.
It's a really nice class, these crossbred steers, and a really nice way to round them out. And you've got 3 steers here, really. Sweetheart down there in third, you can spin around as well. That just brings so much quality to the table. And I think, again, give and take, there's things that you like about each one of them, things you'd like to change. I guess today, the Baldy steer is one that packs the most when you get up on top of him in terms of dimension, especially out through his pen set and down there through his stifle. He is impressive from that regard and still is very youthful through his front end, attractive in terms of the way that neck sits onto his shoulder. He stays more within himself when you watch the cattle go. I'm not going to say that one's perfect in terms of the shape and size to his foot. Every once in a while, he just wants to get a little bit closed up there in terms of his toes. But again, that one in terms of look, in terms of body, in terms of all of the things is incredibly, incredibly good. That's nothing to take away from this steer that stands here in second. I think that one, in the same token, has probably just as much power and just as much dimension. Maybe not nearly as just punchy there through the upper portion of his hip and down through his stifle. Maybe just not as punchy there in the center portion of his body. I don't know if he's quite as unique and enamoring in terms of his neck and his head as the steer that wins the class. I love this one in terms of his angles. Love him in terms of the angle to his knee, the way he goes out of his shoulder. He's really, really good in terms of the set to his hind leg. When you watch him go from behind, every once in a while he'll take that left rear leg and want to get just a little bit outside of himself. That's how close it is in these top 2 steers and in this top end of cattle, guys. Really these top 3. This steer down in here in third, guys, this young lady gets him stuck, and he is hard to put down here in third. And if I could just take that steer from his hip forward, I love him. I think he's one that's just so rugged and so stout and so bold through his rib. He's one that's really, really punchy up high. That one's got to be changed in terms of his hip and the way he goes off that hip and hind leg. He's one that's just really struggling to grab another gear, and the way he's constructed there, he wants to get a little bit poppy off of those back legs every once in a while. Just I don't know if he's quite just as genuine all the way through as those top 2 steers. But again, top 3 steers are exceptionally, exceptionally good in this class. Gentleman that's going to go ahead and be down here in fourth, that's a good steer as well, guys. And in so many of these classes, he would have gone and rotated to the top and won. He's one that's got some length. He is plenty punchy up high, plenty dimensional from behind. Again, the extras in terms of just structure, foot and bone, look through his front end, balance from the side, just isn't there like those top 3 steers, but still awfully nice. Again, a steer that maybe you'd like to pump the brakes on just a little bit here in terms of frame size, maybe moderate him just a little bit, give him just a little bit more body. If they can pump the feed to this one and get him slowed down, I still think there's a lot of good to him because he's got some structure. He's good in terms of the shape and size to his foot. He's just awfully, awfully green and probably just a little bit too tall for the body that he has. Steer that's going to round out this class, I'd like to lay him back in terms of his shoulder, but certainly like him in terms of his rib, certainly like him in terms of the way he goes off those rear 2. A really, really competitive top 3 steers out here. Let's congratulate all of them.
Get them organized behind the curtain to bring them in for the selection of your champion crossbred. Here's your results of Class 30 crossbreds. First goes to Exhibitor 78, Reagan Else. Second to Exhibitor 247, Cade Stratman. Third goes to Exhibitor 309, Vienna Sells. Fourth to Exhibitor 317, Jaden Ruff. Fifth to Exhibitor 48, Easton Bowes. And sixth to Exhibitor 285, Kenzie Benson. Do note, we will have a 30-minute break after our final drive on our market animals, and then we will have the Classic Premier Heifer selection, which is a blow and go, and then the Classic Premier Steer Show after that.
An impressive crossbred steer drive that we have out here today, guys. Let's go ahead and give all of these kids a huge round of applause. As they come back out here, you know, you have some variation where you've got a couple of classes where all the heat came, and then a couple of classes that maybe there's a little bit more of a discussion in. And I asked her, you know, do I need to pull 5 or can I pull as many as I want? So bear with me because I'm probably going to pull more than 5 because I know we got to get a top 10. And I just don't know how they're all going to piece back together when we get them back out there. So, again, that shows you just the depth of quality that is out here in this crossbred drive. Be very, very proud of these kids. Be very proud of these cattle. There's one of them out here that I just think is next level good, a true gamer in my opinion. And then after that, you can have some discussion on where you want to go. Let's again congratulate these kids one more time.
Just a reminder to our youth in the ring, don't fill in that empty spot because we pulled the second place one out of class 27 to step in. So make sure you leave those open spaces. Congratulations, your champion crossbred exhibited by Hadley Dunkwell. Your reserve champion is Reagan Elfs. Cutter Prince is your third overall in the crossbreds. Fourth is Cade Stratman. 5th overall is Brayston Hawkswell. Sixth will be Kaya Songster. Hey folks, we got to ask you not to be peeking through the curtains. Thank you. All right, give us just a moment to get everybody reorganized behind the curtain.
Well, congratulations to all of our crossbreds. We will want to make sure that you guys all take a picture at the backdrop, please. So after the overall market, because we will be taking a 30-minute break before we do our classic heifers. So make sure all of those crossbreds, the top 7 crossbred steers, will want to make sure you get your pictures at the backdrop. The team second through 7th, go ahead and exit. You want your top ones back behind. You're going to hold those. Work with the team here, lining up. Well, as our team is getting all of our champion steers lined up, seconds and on down the line in the commercial, want to remind everyone here after the selection, we'll take a 30-minute break and then we're going to select our classic premier heifer. And that show will follow with our classic steer show. All of those kids are competing for the show boxes. We'll get over here to the show ring during the break. They'll all be receiving awards and look forward to working with all those boys and girls in our scholarship program for the next year. Cactus Jack's is still open serving food, so if you're ready for a snack, go over and visit Cactus Jack's. Great shopping. Want to remind you, go over and get signed up with Ruthie K. They will be giving away another bag tomorrow. So, Amy Hawkswell, you'll have to make sure you go over. You are the winner of the cowhide duffel bag today. Amy Hawkswell, make sure you go over to Ruthie K.
The crew down on the show ring floor is asking if you are not back there with a family member that is getting ready to go in the ring for this final drive. They ask that you please make your way to the bleachers. They're going to be running out of space trying to get more animals in. So if you are leaning on the fence or hanging out amongst the animals, kind of checking them out, if you are not with your family, they ask you to please go to the bleachers because they need more room behind the curtain. We're going to welcome in our first places, ladies and gentlemen, for the final drive. Representing the Market Heifers, Wyatt Dunklin. In the Angus, Addison Dalrymple. In the Composite Charlet, we've got Anna Carnop. In the Keys, Chesney Prince. In the Galvay Balancer, Cole Brooks. For the Hereford, Wyatt Stemick. Limousine is Leighton Dibler. In the Maine, Graceland Kratanski. The maintainer is Hadley Dunklow. Shorthorn goes to Baron Strope. The Shorthorn Plus is Braden Day. Percentage Simmental to Harley Hansen. Crossbred is Hadley Dunklow. Reagan Elves. To the folks that are peeking through the gray curtain, thank you.
Just an awesome lineup of these cattle out here today, guys. And I feel so honored and lucky to get to work through your guys' cattle and work with your guys' kids today. Like I said on the mic earlier, you know, a lot of times when I'm fortunate enough to get to judge shows, I'm having to get on an airplane and do all of that. And luckily, this is only about 5 hours away from where Jake and I live. And so it's a nice little drive out here. And I got to talk to my mom on the phone yesterday while I was driving and call my sister. And it's a lot more enjoyable to get to drive out here and do that than have to go and sit in an airport and battle that. And what an awesome show that this is. And really, I knew it was going to be good. I didn't know it was going to be this good, guys. I'm so impressed with the cattle. I'm so impressed with the kids that have been out here today. My poker face sucks, obviously. When we play poker at home, the guys just take me for all of my money. So there's 2 of them out here that I think are awfully good, and 2 of them out here that I think are just on another level in terms of quality. Obviously, we're going to go 10 deep here in your show. All the way through. This has been impressive. Pick and choose them how you like them. You can't go wrong. There's at least 5, 6, 7 of these cattle that I'm sure are going to go on and win a lot of stuff past this day. Give all of these kids, give all of these families, give all of these cattle another round of applause. I'll go out and pick your champion, reserve it, and on down the line. Let's congratulate them.
Congratulations to Hadley Dunkow. She is your overall champion market animal. Just a quick reminder to all our youth, we are going to be placing our top 10 right here in the ring. So when you walk over, have your animal face the announcer stand. Once you get them in, they'd like to take a great headshot. Your overall reserve champion market animal goes out of the key class, and that's Chesney Prince. Third overall will be Reagan Alves coming out of the crossbred. Fourth will be Cutter Prince out of the crossbred class. Again, if we could not mess with the curtains, please. You're distracting the steers that are lined up. Thank you. Representing the market heifers, Your 5th overall will be Wyatt Dunklin. Sixth will be Cade Stratman from the crossbred class. Seventh exhibited by Bryson Hawkswell, again out of the crossbreds. Eighth comes out of the maintainer class. That'll be Hadley Dunclow. Coming out of the maintainer in ninth, exhibited by Brody Weezy. And in 10th, Cade Stratman with the key. Congratulations to all our youth who have participated so far today. Quick note again, we are going to take a 30-minute break so we can get things set and ready to go. We'll be coming back with our Classic Premier Heifer selection. So at 4:20, we will be back.
All right, our top 10. We've got Miss Megan in here. She's going to work with you and get you lined up so we can do a cool headshot. And then we're going to let Ashley go to the picture backdrop and get some pictures with you. A huge shout out and thank you to Ashley for spending her day with us here at the Classic. And everybody's starting to run off, but those of you who are here, let's put our hands together and thank this young lady for working with our kids all day today. It's truly an honor to have her here at the Classic. She judges all across the nation, several junior national events, and again, a huge thank you to her spending her day in Kearney, Nebraska at the Classic. just making sure all of those top 10 market exhibitor dads heard me over there. Make sure you go over to the Aurora Cooperative tent. Jefferson's over there, and he is presenting from Aurora Cooperative Allied Nutrition show tubs. So top 10, make sure you go to the Aurora Co-op tent. Well, as soon as Ashley gets done taking the third overall market animal photo, we'll get her back to the ring. She's going to help us pick a overall classic premier heifer and a classic premier steer. And again, these kids are a part of our scholarship program. We'll have them introduce themselves. They're all going to receive a prize, and we'll have Ashley help us select a overall classic heifer and an overall classic steer. They will be receiving show boxes, and all of the kids in those classes are going to be receiving Sullivan items. So thank you to Sullivan Supply for your sponsorship here at the Classic.
Ronette, we're getting ready to go.
All right. Well, welcome back to the ring, Ashley. And this is an exciting thing. We are going to break out. We've got 4 different classes, I believe, of heifers that have been purchased here at the Classic in the sales. And the Classic Heifer program is much more than just the show ring. These kids are a part of a program for a whole year. And we take the kids on a tour. We have special classes for them at our pop-up event that's held in August, so make sure you're getting your calendar marked for August 19th. Then our fall event that's in November, that'll be November 2nd through the 5th, right here in this facility. So lots of opportunities. We're going to have a little fun, and we'll pick our top classic premier heifer.
All right, Ronette, are we ready for the first class? Our first class that is set to come in here in a moment with the Classic Premier Heifer will include 8 in this class. We have Angus, Hereford, Polled Hereford, and Shorthorns represented. This is class number 1 of the Classic Premier Heifers.
Well, again, we want to thank all of the boys and girls for buying heifers either throughout the breed sales or yesterday in our fancy heifer sale. And as you can tell, to be a part of the Classic Scholarship Program, you don't have to be in high school. We have a junior division, intermediate division, and a senior division. So I'm going to walk around here. Young lady, give me your name and tell me where you're from.
My name's Hope Kohler, and I'm from Arapahoe, Nebraska.
What'd you buy, Hope?
I bought this Hereford heifer.
What's your plans with your heifer?
I plan to add her to the herd and hopefully get a few good calves out of her.
Awesome. Congratulations on a nice purchase. How are you doing, young lady?
I'm good.
Great. So tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Maddie Sonnenfeld, and I'm from Axtell, Nebraska.
And what'd you buy, Maddie?
An Angus heifer.
What's your plans with your heifer?
Show her this year and then breed her.
Great. Good luck. How are you, young lady?
I'm good.
Good. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Bianca Wood, and I'm from McCook, Nebraska.
What'd you buy?
A Hereford heifer.
What's your plans here with this Hereford heifer?
Show her this year and then breed her.
Good luck. You going to bring her to the pop-up in August?
Maybe.
Maybe. Good luck. Well, hello, little miss. How are you?
Good.
Good. What's your name?
Mason.
And where are you from?
Kennesaw.
Kennesaw. What'd you buy at the Classic?
Hereford.
Hereford. Well, good luck with your Hereford heifer. Hello, young lady. How are you?
Good.
Good. And what's your name and where are you from?
Jaden Thompson. I'm from Orden, Nebraska.
Awesome. What'd you buy this year at the Classic?
Hereford heifer.
A Hereford heifer. What's your plans with your heifer?
Honestly, I haven't decided yet.
Well, I bet you're going to show her in June at the Hereford show, and then you're going to come to the pop-up in August, right?
Yeah, probably.
Good luck. How are you, young man?
Good.
Good. What's your name and where are you from?
Heston Scott, and I'm from Westerville.
You're from Westerville? Well, what'd you buy here at the Classic?
An Angus.
What's your plans with your Angus heifer?
Show it.
Did you know the Angus Junior Nationals in Grand Island this summer?
No.
Nope. And I bet if you talk really nice to this young lady, because she's the Angus queen, I bet she would help you at the Angus Junior National. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah? You have fun with your heifer. Howdy, sir.
Hi.
Give us your name and where you're from.
Cade Hogan from Sutherland, Nebraska.
What'd you buy this year, Kate?
Shorthorn heifer.
What are you going to do with this shorthorn heifer?
Make her a donor.
I bet. Going to raise some steers with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck. You just come on over here and talk to me. We'll let Melina do all the work. How's that sound? Why don't you give me your name and tell me where you're from?
Kylie, I'm from Long Pine, Nebraska.
Awesome. What did you buy this year at the Classic?
Hereford heifer.
A Hereford heifer. What's your plans with your heifer?
Show her at our fair.
Show her at your fair. You know what? You'll have to bring her to Kearney in June for the Hereford show, because I know this young lady would love to help you, okay? Good luck with your project. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all these boys and girls with their purchases.
Out here in these British cattle, we're going to go ahead and pull two of them to come back for your final round. A really nice group all the way through. I think there's, again, two of them, although different in terms of type and kind, that have a lot of quality. Young lady right here at the Angus is going to come back. Young man with the Shorthorn is going to come back. Let's congratulate all these kids.
All right, coming back will be exhibitor 203, Maddie Sonnenfeld with her Angus. And coming back as well will be exhibitor 156 with a Shorthorn, Kate Hogan.
Janice Wolfinger, if you'd open that gate and let these guys out. Parents, if you had a son or daughter in here, send them back up here to see Chelsea so you can get a product. Come up here and we've got soapers, some black dye, so come see Chelsea, all of you boys and girls that were in this class.
Again, just a reminder, as you heard Ronette just mention, they've got some product for our youth as they show in our Classic Premier Heifer show. Just come back up here to the front and they'll direct you to what you need to grab. Entering the ring now is class number 2. There should be 7 in the class, including Percentage Simmental, Balancers, Charlet, and Gelve. And how are you doing this afternoon, young lady?
Good.
Good. Give us your name and tell us where you're from.
I'm Brianna Brown. I'm from Pleasanton, Nebraska.
And what did you buy this year at the Classic?
A Percentage Simmental.
Percentage Simmental. What are you going to do with this heifer?
Show her at Junior Nationals and then AI her.
So are you going to AI her to an Angus, or are you going to reach out and go maybe Maine Simmental?
Most likely Angus.
I figured your uncle wouldn't let that happen, would he? Good luck with your project. How are you doing, young man?
Great, how are you?
Awesome. So tell us, what did you buy this year at the Classic?
Another balancer female.
And what's your plans with this balancer female?
Feed her up and then take her to Junior Nationals in South Dakota and hope to win that $9,000 pot.
I was just going to say, you know, the Gelve breeders have been doing a phenomenal job of putting together a pot of money, and so that juniors in the Gelve sale have the chance to win $9,000 back if you capture that title. So good luck to you. And so, you know, you've only been in the Gelve business a couple years here because you were a die-hard club calf guy. How many Gelve balancer females have you purchased recently?
3 or 4. I mean, I can't really tell.
That's all right. Good luck to you, and good luck going off to college. Spencer was a part of our Aspiring Young Cattlemen program, so it's been an honor to work with him in the scholarship program and that program. How are you doing, young man?
Good.
Good. So give me your name and tell me what you buy this year.
My name is Easton Bose, and I'm from Orleans, Nebraska, and I bought a Gelve Balancer heifer.
And you're going to try and beat Spencer out of that $9,000 pot of money, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good luck to you. How are you today?
Good.
Good. And tell me your name and where you're from.
I'm Callan Warner, and I'm from Arapahoe, Nebraska.
And what did you buy?
A Gelve.
A Gelve. Are you shooting for that pot of money too?
Yes.
Well, good luck. Looks like a lot of Nebraska boys are going to have fun at Gelve Junior Nationals, aren't you? How are you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. So give me your name. Tell me where you're from.
I'm LJ, and I'm from Norfolk, Nebraska.
You're from Norfolk, Nebraska. What'd you buy this year at the Classic?
A Charlet.
A Charlet. And what are you going to do with this nice bred heifer?
Put her in my herd and have some good calves.
And have some good calves. You know, it's kind of exciting because we've got the consigners of this female. And let's step out in the ring here so that everybody can see. You know, the Classic has a huge focus on building this next generation. And so, young man and young lady, I want you to introduce yourself. Tell me, where are you from?
Hi, I'm Brixton Birchie, and I'm from Oneida, South Dakota.
Hi, I'm Bevan Birchie, and I'm from Oneida, South Dakota.
Awesome. So you got to come to the Classic with your Charlet bulls and heifers, be here with your dad. And where'd you leave your mom at?
At home to calve heifers.
Calf heifers. Well, thank you for bringing an awesome Charlet to the Classic. Very honored to have you guys come down from South Dakota. Make sure you're picking out some great sale features for next year, okay? Thank you. All right, young lady, what's your name and where are you from?
Gracie Clausen, West Point, Nebraska.
Awesome. What'd you buy this year at the Classic?
Percentage Simmental heifer.
What's your plans with this female?
Take her to Simmental Junior Nationals in
Des Moines, Iowa.
Good luck. How you doing over here, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good. So give me your name. Tell me where you're from.
Connor Shiflett, I'm from Long Pine, Nebraska.
And what did you buy?
A Simmental heifer.
Awesome. Well, what's your plans with this Simmental female?
Take her to some jackpots, feed her up, and probably take her to nationals.
You know, the young man you bought this heifer from, you tell him that she behaves a lot better for you than he did for her, okay?
I'll be sure to tell him that.
All right. Let's put our hands together and tell these guys all congratulations on their purchases.
A really good group of kids out here, as you guys can see, and a good group of cattle. I think there's two of them out here, again, that we're going to pull back that I think certainly have some quality, maybe a little bit different in terms of type and kind. Young lady at the very front, you're going to go ahead and come back. Young man with the Charlet, you're going to go ahead and come back. Let's congratulate them.
Again, make sure all of you, once you give your heifers to your moms or dads, come up here and see Chelsea and get your product.
And coming back out of Class 2 will be Exhibitor 303, Eva Brown representing the Percentage Simmental, and Exhibitor 63, LJ Wells representing the Charlet. As we get ready to open that gate for class number 3, there'll be 7 in this class. There'll be AOB, Keys, Commercial, and Mains. We all know more than likely this is probably the first time these boys or girls have been leading these heifers. They just purchased them here yesterday or the day before, so. How are you doing today, young lady?
Pretty good.
Good. So give us your name, tell us where you're from, and what'd you buy at the Classic?
I'm Emma Stahlbommer, and I bought a Key Angus heifer.
And what's your plans with your heifer?
Take her to nationals.
And where is the Key Main Junior Nationals going to be?
Grand Island, Nebraska.
Good luck. How are you doing here?
Good.
Good. So tell me, what'd you buy?
I bought a commercial heifer.
Awesome. And I love the ear tag. We've already got Kool-Aid in our ears. So tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Becca Sheets, and I'm from North Platte, Nebraska.
Well, congratulations and good luck with your heifer. How are you this afternoon?
Good.
Good. So give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Brianna Vapanik, and I am from Hayes Center, Nebraska.
And what did you buy this year at the Classic?
I bought a crossbred.
Awesome. What's your plans with your crossbred heifer?
I want to go to as many shows as possible.
Well, good luck. I think you'll have tons of fun. How are you doing over here, young lady?
Good.
Good. So tell me your name and where are you from?
Kenzie Knott, Nebraska.
Where are you from?
Minden, Nebraska.
Minden. Awesome. And what did you buy this year at the Classic?
An AOB heifer.
Well, good luck. I think you're going to have tons of fun and just kind of hang on to her here and tell her, whoa, that sound like a good idea? How are you doing over here, young lady?
Good.
Good. So give me your name and tell us where you're from.
I'm Annalyn Beach, and I'm from Palmyra, Nebraska.
And what did you buy?
I bought a mane.
What's your plans with this mane?
To show her, hopefully she can be my showmanship heifer and then have heifers or steers.
Good. Make sure and tell your dad that Maine and Key Junior Nationals is right in Grand Island, and you would have tons of fun going to that event this summer. How are you doing over here?
Good.
Good. So give me your name. Where are you from?
Tyler Thompson, and I'm from Blair, Nebraska.
Perfect. What did you buy?
I bought a Maine Angus heifer.
And so are you thinking, are you going to go to Grand Island this summer?
Yeah, might as well.
I definitely would. That Maine Key Junior National will be lots of fun, and it's just right out down the road in Grand Island. How you doing, young lady?
Good.
Good. So tell us your name and where are you from?
I'm Brittany Samuelson, and I'm from Hastings, Nebraska.
And what'd you buy?
Key heifer.
Great. Are you going to show her a lot this summer?
Yeah.
And are you going to tell your dad that you needed to go to the Maine and Key Junior National?
I don't know.
I think you should. You will have tons of fun. Let's put our hands together for all these boys and girls with their heifers.
Again, another really nice group out here, and probably just a little bit more discussion and give and take. There's two of them that I think are awfully nice and really suit me in terms of type and kind. Young lady here at the back of the line, you're going to come back for the final round. Young lady right here, you're going to come back as well. Let's congratulate all these kids.
Don't forget to pass off your animal and then come back to get your product. Out of Class 3, coming back will be Exhibitor 115, Brittany Samuelson with her key. And Exhibitor 158, Annalyn Beach with her mane.
I think it was just a stack of feed that fell over there. You know, all the kids are picking up their tubs over at Aurora Cooperative. Well, again, make sure you guys come over here and get your product in the ring. So give your heifers to your moms or dad back there and come back and pick up your product.
Yep, we've got one more class that they're entering run at. This will be class number 4. There's going to be 10 in this class. And these are all your fancy heifers.
Want to remind the moms and dads, grandpas and grandmas, make sure you call me, shoot me an email in the next week or so. Get your kids signed up to be a part of our scholarship program. We'll do some fun educational tours this summer. We'll have a class for these heifers at our pop-up event and the fall edition. Then the kids will do a really simple record book. It's very basic. You'll come to my office next January. We'll do some interviews. And if you were paying attention, you've seen the Classic Board presented over $15,000 back to boys and girls that are in this program. And again, we break it out into a junior division, intermediate, and senior division. Well, good afternoon, young man. Why don't you give us your name, tell us where you're from.
Jacob Warren from Staplehurst, Nebraska.
Bought a heifer last night in the fancy heifer sale. So what's your plans with this heifer?
Production.
Great. Well, good luck with, I think you got a nice heifer here. How are you tonight?
Good.
Good. So tell me your name and where are you from?
I'm Corbin Kuntz, and I'm from Wilbur, Nebraska.
From Wilbur, Nebraska. Well, you got a pretty fancy heifer here. What do you want to do with this heifer?
Make her a cow.
Are you going to show her at your county fair?
Yes.
Well, good luck. How are you, young lady?
Good.
Good. So give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
Allie Smith from Sargent, Nebraska.
And what do you want to do with your heifer you bought?
Show her at the county fair and state fair.
Well, good luck. How you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. Give us your name. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Taylor Hansen. I'm from Laurel, Nebraska.
What'd you buy yesterday?
A fancy heifer.
And what do you want to do with this fancy heifer?
Take it to county fair and then make it a cow.
You know, I got the pleasure of going on our tours with you last summer, didn't I?
Yep.
Yep. We kind of had fun. Can you tell these guys, where'd we all go on our tours last summer?
We went to Ward Laboratory, Butler Ag, and Farm Credit.
Did you have some fun that day?
Yeah.
Yep. Well, thanks for making this purchase, and good luck with this summer with your heifer. How are you, young lady?
I'm good, Ronna. How are you?
Great. So introduce yourself. Tell these guys where you're from.
I am Lexi Johnson from Gothenburg, Nebraska.
And what's your plans with this fancy heifer?
So I bought a crossbred heifer, and I don't know what I want to do yet. I plan on winning county fair, but we'll see.
Game will be on in Dawson County, won't it? Good luck to you. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Good. Give us your name, where you're from.
Brayston Hawkswell in McCook, Nebraska.
What's your plans with your fancy heifer?
Show her at the county fair, state fair, and junior nationals.
You know, you bought a steer last year. Why don't you tell everybody how'd you do with that steer you bought last year at the Classic?
I won my county fair, and I competed at my district for the Husker Junior National.
Very good. Well, good luck with this heifer, and we'll look forward to seeing her on down the road. How are you doing, young man?
Good.
Good. Give me your name and where you from.
Kinder Netherton, Palmer, Nebraska.
What did you buy yesterday?
A shorthorn heifer.
And what do you want to do with this shorthorn heifer?
To show and breed her.
Absolutely. And if I remember correctly, you know, she's just a June, so you're going to have a lot of fun with her. Good luck. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Give me your name. Where are you from?
Logan Schmidt, and I'm from Deshore, Nebraska.
And what did you buy, Logan?
I bought a purebred Simmental.
What are you going to do with her?
I plan on bringing her to semi-nationals in Des Moines, Iowa, and doing good.
I bet so. Did you let your sister buy anything, or were you the only one that got to buy something this year?
I'm the only one.
Well, good luck and have tons of fun. Howdy, miss. How are you?
I'm good.
So give us your name, where you're from.
I'm Tatum Schroeder, and I'm from Beatrice, Nebraska.
What'd you buy here?
A commercial heifer.
Take just a moment, and I want you to tell these guys, you've been at the Classic a few days. Tell them what'd you have here and how'd it go for you?
So I had an Angus heifer from Bear Mountain Angus in the AYC show, and we won that with her, and got to go to Supreme Row, so yeah.
That was good. It was awesome to have you a part of that Aspiring Young Cattlemen program, and so congratulations to you. Well, last but not least, how are you doing over here?
Good.
Good. So tell me your name and where are you from?
Addison Berner, and I'm from Unadilla, Nebraska.
What did you get to buy this year at the Classic?
A fancy heifer.
And what do you want to do with your fancy heifer?
Show her.
And are you going to show her at your county fair?
Yes.
What's the name of your county fair?
Odo County.
Odo County. Well, good luck. Let's put our hands together and congratulations to all these boys and girls.
Another super competitive group of these cattle out here, and again, maybe a little bit tougher decision as we have them out here. But again, there's two of them that I think are awfully nice, and I think will be nice to come back out here in your final drive. Young lady right here and young man right here are going to come back for your finals. Let's go ahead and congratulate them.
We're going to hold the top two here in the ring. The others can exit over here. Make sure you come back. See Chelsea here to get your product. And we'll bring in our top few, and we'll get our top two selected for our show box.
And congratulations, coming out of Class 4, Exhibitor 207, Tatum Schroeder with her fancy heifer, and Bryson Huxwell, Exhibitor 198 with fancy heifer. Again, don't forget, as Ronette said, to pick up your product. And we'll get them all organized, and they're starting to come back in the ring. These are your top 2 from each one of the classes to pick our Supreme Premier Heifer.
What an awesome program that you guys have here, and I think it's a testament to the quality of the cattle as they get back out here. Again, I think there's some decisions to be made, and you can probably go a couple of different ways. I'm going to go ahead and put the mic down and get you a champion in reserve. Let's congratulate all of these kids one more time.
Congratulations to Brayston Huxwell with the fancy heifer. Your champion in reserve will go to Brittany Samuelson with your key.
Congratulations to Brayston Hawkswell. Make sure and come up here, get your show box, your certificate for $500. Miss Brittany Samuelson, make sure you come up here, get your certificate for $200 and your jacket.
All right, we're getting ready to bring in the classic premier steers. And Ronette, I think there's, 19 that are going to be coming into the ring. We're going to start swinging open some gates here momentarily. Just to give you a quick note for tomorrow morning, we are going to kick it off at 8:30 tomorrow morning with the Breeding Heifer Show. And it'll start off with the Angus, followed by the Charolais, Composite Charolais, the Key Angus, Gelve, Balancer, Miniature Hereford, Polled Hereford, Heifers only, Limousine, Limflex, Maine Angus, maintainer, red Angus, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Plus, purebred Simmental, percentage Simmental, and then wrapping it all up with the commercial crossbreds. Again, 8:30 tomorrow morning is the start of our breeding heifer show. All right, the gate is open. It is time to welcome in our classic premier steers. There will be 19 in this class.
We got a big class. We've got a variety of crossbreds. We're going to have some registered Angus steers, registered Hereford steers, and I'm sorry, Ashley, I didn't tell you about this challenge. You're going to select top 2 out of here. We're going to present a show box, $500, a reserve, a jacket, and $200. A lot of county fairs come early, so there's a variety of needs as far as timing, you know, those early July county fairs, or if you're shooting for a junior national, maybe you're looking at State Fair or Exarban, or thinking about the fall event that's in November. As you guys remember, the November event is for the big fat steers and your big breeding heifers as well as prospects, and that event will come faster than we think. That's in November, so keep that in mind with all your projects. All right, young man, give me your name, where you're from.
Jordan Roof from Wilsonville, Nebraska.
Tell me the name of your county fair and when's your county fair?
Furnace County and in middle of July.
It was a hot one last summer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was.
Good luck with your steer. All right, young lady, your name, where you're from. Tell me what the county fair is called where you show at.
Aislinn Coe. I'm from Cambridge, and I'm from Furnace County, and it's middle of June.
Is the pressure on with Mr. Ruff here behind you?
Yep.
Well, I hope I'll come down and watch, and maybe you'll beat him. What do you think?
Yeah.
Good luck. How you doing, young lady?
Good.
Good. Give me your name, where you from.
Brooke Hanson from Lowell, Nebraska.
And what's the name of your county fair that you show at?
Dixon County Fair.
Dixon County Fair. So when's your county fair, do you know?
July 11th.
July 11th, so it's an early one, isn't it? Good luck. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Give us your name, where you're from.
Jaden Ruff, Wilsonville, Nebraska.
Name of your county fair.
Furnace County.
Beat your brother and back there?
Hopefully.
Good luck. How you doing over here?
Good.
Good. Give me your name, where you from.
Connor Shiflett, Long Pine, Nebraska.
So when or where's the county fair at Long Pine?
It's in Bassett.
In Bassett. When's your county fair?
I'm not sure on that.
Was it early July or late July? Or
I think it was a late July last.
Well, good luck with your steer. County Fair?
Dixon County Fair
When is Dixon County Fair held?
on July 11th.
Or another early county fair. Good luck with your steer. How are you doing over here?
Good.
Good. Tell me your name. Where are you from?
I'm Leighton Deibler. I'm from Long Pine, Nebraska.
Long Pine. All right. So what's the name of the county fair and where do you go for your county fair?
Rock County Fair in Bassett.
And is it in July?
Yes.
Good luck. Are you planning to meet? There was somebody else over there from that. You want to beat them at your fair?
We're buddies, so I don't know.
Well, good. We'll have fun at the county fair. How are you doing, sir?
I'm alive.
So give me your name. Where are you from?
Christian Kirkendall from McCook, Nebraska.
So tell me, where's your county fair held?
Red Willow County.
And is that right, in McCook?
Yep.
Was it a little hot last year at your county fair?
I think so.
I think so. Well, good luck with your steer. Well, sir, what's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Nicholas Rohr from Eustis, Nebraska.
What county fair do you show at?
The Frontier County Fair in Eustis.
You know, you and your brother have been a part of our scholarship program, and usually the pressure's on because normally you've been beating that brother, haven't you?
Yes.
You know, he's lucky you're done, so now you just game on for everybody else, right?
Yep.
Good luck to you. How are you doing over here?
Pretty good, you?
Well, I'm pretty good. My feet are getting tired. How about yours?
Me too.
You too? All right. So tell me your name. Where are you from?
Cade Croker, Grant, Nebraska.
Awesome. And where is your county fair and when is it held?
Perkins County, and it's held July 17th.
Well, good luck with your steer. How you doing, sir?
Good.
Good. What else did you buy here? Tell me about the steer.
Well, I bought a crossbred steer.
And are you going to show this at your county fair?
Yeah.
Where is your county fair held at?
Harlan County.
Well, good luck. Hello, young lady.
Hello.
Give us your name. Where are you from?
Macy Smith from Sargent.
And where is your county fair held?
Custer County.
And when is that county fair?
End of July.
End of July, so you got a little more time. Well, good luck with your steer. Hello, miss. How are you?
I'm good.
You're good? Well, give us your name. Where are you from?
I'm Madison Linneman from Hildreth, Nebraska.
And tell me about where are you going to show this Hereford steer this summer?
I'm going to show him at...
I bet are you going to bring him right back here to Kearney in June to that Hereford Association Showback show?
Yeah.
Yeah, because besides all of the opportunities with the Classic, you know that Nebraska Hereford Association has some phenomenal opportunities in that showback. I think there's like $1,000 and a $600 prize. That'd be kind of fun to win, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And you wouldn't need to share it with your dad at all. You tell him I told you that, okay?
Okay.
How you doing over here, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Give me your name. Tell me where you're from.
Cooper Lindstrom, Elm Creek, Nebraska.
So tell me, what's your plans with your Hereford steer?
Show them at county fair and take them on to state fair.
Well, good luck. You got a nice steer. All right, we got a center line here to catch up with. We're going to go right to this cute young lady with the green bow. So tell me your name and where are you from?
Robinson Blessing, and I'm from Kennesaw, Nebraska.
You're from Kennesaw? Well, good. You kind of got a pretty cool colored steer, don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah, and you just got to be patient with him. I bet, is this the first time you've led him?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, he looks like he's going to be pretty harmless, don't you think? So tell me, where's your county fair held at?
Adams County.
Adams County Fair. Well, good luck with your steer, okay? Have fun showing him. All right, young lady, give us your name. Where are you from?
Casey Detlefs, and I'm from Ravenna, Nebraska.
And what breed are you representing here with this steer?
Angus.
Angus. Where's that Angus Junior National this summer?
In Grand Island, Nebraska.
Lots of fun opportunities with the Angus breed. Good luck with your steer. Young lady, are you back with the steer?
Mm-hmm.
And well, give us your name again, where you're from.
Brittany Samuelson, and I'm from Hastings, Nebraska.
Where's your county fair held at?
Hastings, Nebraska.
And what time of year is your fair? Do you know, is it in early July, late July, August?
Late July.
Late July. Well, good luck with your Hereford steer. How are you doing, young lady?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Give us your name and tell us where you're from.
Michaela Samuelson, and I'm from Hastings.
And I know you're a senior in college. Where are you headed off to school? Or you're a senior in high school. Where are you heading off to college?
Kansas State University.
Good luck. Good luck with your project. Put your hands together and wish all these boys and girls good luck with their steers.
What an awesome group of cattle that we have out here. And again, just an awesome program for these kids, and be very, very thankful that you have somebody like the family that puts on this show to go ahead and host it. Let's go ahead and give everybody that puts on the Classic and all of these events a big round of applause. There's a pair of steers out here that I think are awfully nice. One in particular that out here sticks out like a sore thumb. Gentleman right here is going to be your champion today. Gentleman at the front of the line is going to be reserved. Let's congratulate them.
Well, congratulations to the Ruff brothers. I guess the pressure's going to be on. Make sure you guys come up here, get your show box, your $500 certificate, a jacket, a $200 certificate. Everyone else, make sure you come up here and see Chelsea. You're all getting some Sullivan products. So congratulations to everyone. Thank you for making your purchases here at the Classic.
Again, congratulations to Jaden Ruff, your grand champion, Classic Premier Steer, and the reserve goes to Jordan Ruff. Again, just a reminder, 8:30 tomorrow morning is our breeding heifer show. We'll kick it all off with the Angus.